And the Democrats are apoplectic now. They're saying, how dare you do this, even though we did it to you 5 times over previously. Joining on the program right now is Mahet Cook, GOP legal analyst or strategist. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
I said, this might be a bit obtuse, that I believe a previous generation would have lined them up and shot them for this. That this would have been, if they had done this to George Washington or Thomas Jefferson, they'd have been lined up and shot along the Potomac.
We are definitely in the greatest threat in our country, and I don't think anybody's really taking it seriously. You're making serious statements today, but when you look at mainstream media, it is just glossed over. And when you're repeatedly lying to the American people and young, impressionable people that are looking to fill a void, this is exactly what happens. It's lawfare, it's allegations that aren't true, and they're toppling our democracy.
Do you think really this social media post? I've said, look, I don't want to kick off a precedent, because the Democrats would love to go after conservatives for their social media postings the way they do in the UK, right? I mean, you can literally be arrested if you share a video of Muslim migrants, harassing, British citizens. You can get in trouble for that. You can get in trouble. There was a man that was arrested who, while on vacation in the United States, posted something to the effect of, well, they don't tolerate this here. And he had posted a video that had been circulating, and he was arrested in the airport upon return. The Democrats who banned people from Twitter, who squashed the Hunter Biden story, who said you can't talk about vaccines or social distancing, would love to have this power. That's why I'm a little skeptical about this charge, but revenge is.
Gotta go get some stuff off of. Oh, shit.
Cold.
Fuck! I forgot something else.
It is, and we're talking about
open again.
Which I under
Need to grab a
area
wrench.
Going for
Pair of
the
pliers. I'll be right back.
He knew better. This is the worst part about this. So I think we need to investigate this. We need to make sure that there's no additional threats on President Trump's life. I mean, all it is a guy with a gun and a good shot, because our Secret Service was a mess at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Like, thank God they were there at the end of it, but at the beginning, I mean, there were so many holes in that. So any investigation when it comes to assassination attempts or comments about it need to be investigated. Nobody's above the law. So I don't look at this as just First Amendment. First Amendment, Jimmy Kimmel, I think you make your jokes about death of the president, but this is a step too far.
Another day in paradise.
I said in the air that I
gotta run to Ford dealer real quick. Grab the plates off of her Bronco before they come pick it up, and then I gotta run out to Green Springs down the road, and I'll turn the camera around.
Never charged with committing fraud on the FISA court? Why were they never charged with submitting so-called evidence that they knew was fake? That Christopher Steele, what is his name? Christopher Steele couldn't corroborate, even with the offer of $1 million from the FBI. They knew they were submitting false documents to open up a surveillance campaign against members of the Trump campaign.
Staying busy is a good thing.
I wish I could answer for the DOJ. Personally, I think that they had a tougher case to prove, a very key criminal element in that. They had to prove that Comey personally, that he knew knowingly, willfully, that he was lying in a court and knowingly caused a false statement to be submitted. Now, should we have investigated that? Should there have been a push to make sure that we had an indictment? 100%. But you also had the DOJ Inspector General later find 17 significant inaccuracies and omissions. Nothing was done because at the end of the day, they don't have proof that Comey personally fabricated that information. And I think that's where this argument failed. I still think it should have been investigated.
What's the statute of limitations on that? And were they well aware that they just had to play a long game?
I think it's a long game. But look, the DOJ, if they had key evidence today, could still reopen that case and look at it. We're not talking about a case that happened 20 years ago. This is a handful of years ago. And I think that it is worth showing a FISA scandal can show the difference between accountability and prosecuting. And I think the worst part about this is that Comey signed off on one of the most invasive surveillance tools in our government. The FBI got it wrong, and prosecutors apparently today can't prove that Comey had personal knowledge. I wonder if they subpoenaed his personal emails, his text messages, using FISA as the same weapon that Comey used against so many Republicans, including President Trump.
I want to get to one more point, then I'll move on to topics of fraud here. Am I wrong?
It was an okay weekend.
I want these weapons buried. I don't want there to be a fight over who's going to get to use lawfare, who's going to get to use surveillance, who's going to be able to use the apparatus as a tool of one side or the other. I'd like to see this weapon buried. What makes the United States unique is the peaceful transfer of power and the understanding that if you work in such a capacity as FBI director or deputy director, that
how was your
you
weekend?
Have your own opinions, you can have your own politics, you just can't operate on them, whether you are a conservative or whether you are a liberal. I want to see lawfare buried and never brought up again.
Well, the problem with lawfare cases today, as you know, is that anybody can file a case in a court. And because we have so many judicial activists, even if the DOJ decides tomorrow no more lawfare, we still have the threat of Democrats in lower jurisdictions and lower courts that are going to continue to allow politics to invade. So the biggest stopgap for us today, and you're witnessing this in real time, it's the Supreme Court. So we're going to have to go through these challenges. And back to your FISA question just for a second, we have a 5-year statute of limitations. I actually had to look that up. I had to look up when Comey and these allegations actually came up. So the clock is really ticking on that. But the bigger issue today really is anybody can fight. That's the beauty of being in America. You're able to bring cases.
Yeah, I would rather you on Rumble.
In politics, are you weaponizing it, or are you trying to follow the rule of law?
So.
And unfortunately, I used to have a lot of faith in judges. I don't anymore, including even Court of Appeals. We have to continue to challenge to the Supreme Court, and I think we're going to continue to get rulings that give us a snapshot of what types of cases are valid versus not. What's presidential authority? When is the president overstepping in executive orders? I mean, all of this is being tested because President Trump is so effective. I don't think lawfare will ever end with this presidency or future ones because Democrats want power, and the only way they win is through lying, cheating, and lawfare.
You were on the forefront of prosecuting fraud in Ohio. I want to play something for you. I have never seen anything so lazy in my entire life. I'm 53. If I was Nick Shirley's age, I'd want to be doing what he's doing now, right? That's if I were young and starting out, I would love to be an independent content journalist. This is officially CNN trying to quote unquote fact check Nick Shirley. Listen to this, cut 12. CNN is looking into Shirley's claims.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN. We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Have you seen the videos reporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside?
Minnesota Republicans say despite the new focus from the Trump administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud for years.
We have talked about fraud. We have gotten stories. We've tried to push this forward every way that we can.
At the daycare where Shirley showed back up, a stream of children walk inside.
You're saying that this is a fraudulent daycare? There's kids being dropped off right now.
Yes, the Jewish children literally said a week ago this place was closed. They're showing face right now.
A viral video, disputed claims, and their full fallout remains to be seen.
That is the laziest thing I have ever seen. It's a CNN reporter sitting in a hotel room phoning this in quite literally. Okay, they're not even interested in knocking on these doors. They're not even interested in going to the physical addresses like Nick Shirley, like Tyler Oliveri, like the others that have done this work. CBS is starting to do it a little bit, but they're not even mildly interested in doing this. They're more interested in attacking.
What's up?
Hey, are you streaming?
Yeah, let me mute it. Yeah, it's pretty overcast today. got sprinkles and stuff like that.
Zero. When's the last time the police were called on me for videotaping children? Zero. The media is lazy, and this is exactly why there's independent journalists out there. We are tired of the fraud, waste, and abuse, something that Elon Musk exposed on a federal level. But you have lazy journalists today that like to sit in their offices, make phone calls, look at paperwork that says children are attending, and then call us liars. The fact today is that most of these are Somalian-owned operations, and they know that we're coming after them. So what are they doing? They're having children show up, and many of them are their own children. And why do I know this? Because I've walked into certain daycares with one or two kids that are yelling, "Mom." There's nothing wrong with going to a daycare with your mother, but I have a huge issue with paying that daycare millions of dollars. And what CNN and other mainstream media outlets don't understand is that their cover is blown today. It's not only independent journalists like Nick Shirley, you also have J.D. Vance that is rocking a task force across the country, from Minnesota to California. I hope he comes to my home state of Ohio, where the governor has said fraud is the cost of doing business, and just completely wrecks these lazy bureaucratic systems down so that we can start exposing how much theft there really is. But this is the problem with journalists today. They're so used to phoning it in and attacking the good guys.
I have the Walls clip, if that's what you're referencing. We could play cut 3. Minnesota is consistently ranked as one of the best states to live in because we invest in programs that support children, support parents, support seniors, and support people with disabilities. But as we've seen in recent months and just today, the more generous your support system is, the more oversight you need to make sure people aren't taking unfair advantage. So essentially, the moral platitude of generosity is more important than being a good steward of other people's money.
100%. I mean, these are their voters. Democrats have banked on these large groups to come into our states, and then they give them benefits and all the perks so that they turn around and vote for Democrats. So it doesn't surprise me. I was actually also talking about Governor Mike DeWine in the state of Ohio, who said fraud is the cost of doing business through his spokesperson. I mean, there's one thing for Americans to be generous. I 100% agree. We are generous, but we also expect government to have a legal framework to protect our dollars, to work as hard as we're working to make sure that there's no fraud and abuse. And when the system fails, that's when independent journalists start knocking on doors and asking questions about where our money's going. We're still fighting an affordability crisis in America. We have a war in Iran. We have so many issues on our doorstep today. And the one thing we want to count on is that government is safeguarding our tax dollars, and they're not.
Yeah, I told her you said hi. She said to say hi.
To individuals that come to this country and leech off of us. That's unacceptable. I think anybody who comes to this country should not be able to get benefits, especially if they're immigrants. 100%, they should be able to fund themselves. If they can't, they need to get out of our country. We have enough people that are homeless in California and so many other states that need help. Our military vets that are fighting for health care. That's where we need to be focused on. The American people first, not immigrants and illegals that are coming here and using our system at our expense.
I was reading an interview with a Minnesota State Police investigator, and he was saying that it's well known in Somalia and in refugee camps that if you can get to America, you can pull off these scams, and your best place to do it is in Minneapolis. That people have admitted this. I mean, that's crazy.
Of course. And what is happening is most of these states, they target Democrat or very lax laws that continue to give funding without oversight.
I do, but
Columbus, Ohio, where I live, is the second
not overwhelmed.
community. And when I tell you, this is going to shock you, 80 to 90% of the daycares that I visit
I thrive on stress.
open from 6 a.m. to midnight. Who's sending their children from 6 a.m. to midnight, Monday through Sunday? I'd love to know what this daycare is doing. I mean, they're Somalian owned. So they have made a business to rob us. And then the government is just continuing to hand out money saying, we have our checks and balances in place. They're submitting paperwork. We have inspectors going. But they have made a business into making fools of the American people. And we're continuing to pay taxes.
Yeah, well, I mean, if people don't go to jail for this, if the money isn't, taken back, taken away, forced to sell those big homes and
I appreciate it.
And all the things that we paid for that they did not, that money was not used to feed
got a doctor's
children
appointment tomorrow, so I got to get my blood pressure down.
or hospice care or whatever it is.
I want them to try and make me
the money that
take
was
pills.
born of this generosity that Walls is talking about was not actually there to serve people. It was stolen and spent by the scammers on themselves.
100%. And you're looking at what's happening with the scammers. Have you seen the homes, the fancy cars, the continued movement of money from the United States back through other channels going to Somalia? I mean, we're funding that country. This is the problem today. Nobody's actually passing legislation in Congress to stop this. Bernie Moreno out of Ohio had legislation to prevent money from going out to countries like Somalia. That legislation hasn't moved. Then you go to governors in every state to say we need audits. There's very few governors doing it.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly
well, I had coffee this morning, but that'll be it.
The only way we're going to root out
I'll just drink water tonight. I won't drink my tea.
To go after every single welfare program, because let me tell you, I don't even have to know every single detail. There's fraud in every single welfare program because people tend to rubber stamp in government. Money comes in and it goes out because it's not your money. But the minute you're charged extra, let's just say $60 extra in your bank account, I bet you're calling that 1-800 number to say that wasn't my charge. But these bureaucrats don't treat our money the same, and that's unacceptable today.
I got to leave it there and take a break. I know you were busy and you've got other things to do. Love to talk longer on this, but I got to take a break. My head cook, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right, 9695 Patriot 957-2874. A little bit later in the hour, Hans Bukowski is going to join me to talk about this case out of Mississippi. No, you can't draw congressional districts around race. That's unconstitutional. Sirius XM Patriot.
Hear every game of the NBA playoffs on Sirius XM as the Thunder try to fend off challenges for their crown.
Water's good enough for a day or so.
Throughout the playoffs, get closer to the storylines that matter on NBA Radio, Channel 86.
The playoffs is what makes legacies. This is how you build your name.
Listen to the hometown broadcast of every NBA playoff game on your radio and the Sirius XM app.
Hey, John, what's the plan?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. You don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll take them on. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Spring is here, and I'm tucking lots to dress you for it. So come shop our annual spring sale where savings start at 30%.
This guy's all over the road here.
Find the perfect
Get around them.
down for water-resistant, wrinkle-free traveler pants and our cloud-soft Supima cotton polos, all on sale for a limited time. Visit untuckit.com or any of our 85 stores nationwide and see why millions of guys, all shapes and sizes, made the switch. Untuckit. We just make guys look better.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
You send it.
Tires matter. They're the only part of your vehicle that touches the road, and they're responsible for so much. Acceleration, braking, steering, and handling. Tread confidently with new tires from Tire Rack. Whether you're looking for expert recommendations or know exactly what you want, Tire Rack makes it easy.
Distilled water?
Fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, and convenient installation options. Try mobile installation. Then bring your new tires to your home or office. And
I mean, at least it's clean. The only thing about distilled water is it doesn't have the minerals in it. I like spring water.
On the road and on their test track. Learn how the tires you want tackle evasive maneuvers, drive and stop in the rain, or just handle your everyday commute. Go to TireRack.com to see their tire test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. And be sure to check out all the current special offers. That's TireRack.com. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. What freedom means to me, it's about us. Our founding fathers gave us we the people. We're not disconnected from each other. We share universal common sense values that really make us a better society. When I talk about freedom, I also ask the question, what is freedom to you? The David Webb Show, weekdays from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern.
I mean, the Costco water I get is I think it's distilled water too. So.
There's something about spring that demands action, right? The days are longer, mornings brighter. There's no more hiding behind winter habits, out with sluggish starts, even with
I could afford it. I'd only get glass bottled water.
Built by veterans who understand early morning and hard work and high standards. They didn't just stumble into patriotism, they were founded on it. When your day starts moving fast, they're ready to drink cold brew keeps pace. Try just black, clean, bold, zero distractions. Or if you like a little extra flavor, try vanilla, smooth, strong, and just as serious. No waiting for the coffee to finish brewing. No waiting in long coffee shop lines.
Purified.
Get moving. It's coffee built for people who just don't need fanfare. They just need fuel. This season is about stepping up, raising the bar, and recommitting to what works. You can find Black Rifle's ready-to-drink cold brew at Walmart, your local QT, or head to blackriflecoffee.com and have it shipped straight to your front door. Black Rifle Coffee, veteran-founded, American roasted. This is America's coffee.
Portland or prosperity? You decide. Local majority.
I want to play something of what I was referencing. So, I want you to listen. The voice you're about to hear is a former state police investigator from Minnesota State Police, named Jay Swanson. And he is going to tell you that it is well known in the immigrant community
crazy
that you need to get yourself to Minneapolis because there's just money growing on trees in the form of stamps. We'll just play for like a minute or so.
I regularly joined with various investigators and agents as we interviewed the owners and employees of the child care centers being investigated. More than once, I heard an owner or employee respond when we asked where they first learned about the daycare scam. They would say they had first heard about it while in the refugee camp in Kenya. These individuals told us that they had heard you could run the scam in a number of different states, but it was easiest and you could make the most money doing it in Minnesota. Additionally, at about the same time, the DHS investigators and DCA agents initiated an investigation of another child care center and found a high amount of billing fraud. Federal agents from the FBI, the IRS Criminal Investigation Unit, and agents from the U.S. Health and Human Services Office Inspector General were invited to join in the investigation due to some of the unusual activity and suspected crimes that we believe we saw. This investigation resulted in the federal indictment in 2017 of the owner of Salama Child Care Center. That owner eventually pled guilty and was sentenced in 2018 to 2 years in prison and was ordered to pay restitution of over $1.4 million. The Salama Child Care Center was located at 1411 Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis. That address might ring a bell for some of you because of a YouTube video taken last December at the Quality Learning Center, which was being operated at the same address.
All right, let me jump in here. 2 years? You get 2 years for stealing millions of dollars? That's pathetic. But listen to what he's saying. This is no. in the refugee camps. This is known in Somalia. The word has gotten all the way back to the mothership. Get yourself to America. Get yourself to Minneapolis. Make yourself money by shaking the scam tree. Shake the fraud tree. Try to imagine that. What is the average IQ in Somalia? It's like 68, right? It's borderline short bus. Imagine that. You come from a basically savage society on a Monday. On a Tuesday, you're getting handed hundreds of thousands of dollars to run a fraudulent business. And now you can afford the best of everything. And what is the media, and what do the Democrats say? Well, you're a bigot. You're a bigot. You know, you got to give it to them, right? You have a society
Spring water near me.
where people suffer from is it micro or macrocephaly? Macrocephaly, yeah. Macrocephaly. Big heads, low IQs.
Yeah.
And yet they're able to come here and scam our system.
He's probably going to win the Republican primary.
That's like a child understanding that if you want to open the pill bottle, you push down.
I have issues with him, but he's still better than who we have in office right now.
Right, 695 Patriot 957-2874. And yet there is. And we're being told there is some form of bigotry or racial animosity or whatever because somebody knocked on a door and found out all of this was a scam. You know what? Here's the thing. Let me say this. I think Nick Shirley, Nate Friedman, Tyler Oliveira, and some of these other guys are doing amazing work. You know, I'm a grumpy old man at this point. I sit in my studio. I'm here live in the mothership of Sirius XM. But, you know, if I was 22, 23 years old, and this evolution of YouTube and social media had happened, I would love to be doing this. I would love this. You know, I remember being excited at the idea of like thinking when I started to talk radio, we had the interwebs. I'm like, geez, you know, how did some of the older guys were just going to the library and take out a microfilm? I mean, you know, everything's at my fingertips right now. I can teach myself a lesson in anything I want before I talk about it. But let me say this, and tell me if I'm wrong. If Nick Shirley knocked on the door,
well, I don't like his views on foreign or H-1Bs and stuff. So he says American workers are lazy. He pissed off a lot of people with that shit.
what would his video prove?
On Christmas Day, actually, he posted that.
Right? If the Quality Clearing Center was spelled, and it was just a mistake at the sign shop, not the people that operate, like, oh my God, our sign is
not better than the Democrat
maybe
option.
Took a piece of tape and made an R. When he got there were kids receiving help in their studies. Or he knocked on another door and it's like, yeah, this is palliative care. Here are the people we're caring for. Or yeah, this is an autism support center. Look at these young people who are receiving support. Here are the meals being delivered. You wouldn't know the name Nick Shirley because there'd be no fraud. That's it. If he had knocked on the door and there was nothing to see here, you wouldn't even know this guy's name. The reason why you know his name is because there was so much fraud and it was ignored for so long, he was able to pick the low-lying fruit right off the tree. Right there, oh my God, there it is. right at about my shoulder's height. Just got to stick my hand out. 96695 Patriot 957-2874. We are right. They are wrong. That's the end of the story. The arguments on this radio program cannot be broken. Sirius XM Patriot.
Yeah, and that's him. He's.
What's happening now?
I mean, he was born here, so that's why he was able to run for president. But
It's on right now. Channel 64.
I guess I'm a pain. This might get out of here.
It's pretty cool that I get to hopefully have an impact on somebody else being in charge of this station.
Morgan Wallen Radio, Channel 64, and in the Sirius XM app. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation. Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818. He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition. Investors and stock traders, listen up. Remember me? Dutch Masters from Carnivore Trading here. You've seen me on Fox Business as an expert trader for several years. Hey, to achieve 20, 30, or 50% annual returns in your growth portfolio, you have got to know the right sectors and stocks to be in. Carnivore's short-term trading account has turned in triple-digit returns year after year. That's right. Over 100% a year consistently. Our members simply trade our instant trade alerts in real time right alongside us. And now, with Carnivore Trading's new Direct Access program, we are live streaming direct from the Carnivore Trading desk to your phone or desktop. This is how trading services should be. Stop listening to people that don't make you money. Start trading with winners. Go to carnivoretrading.com. That's carnivoretrading.com. And start trading with the Lions of Wall Street. Carnivore Trading is not a registered investment advisor, gives no investment advice, makes no guarantees, and does not manage your money. Historical performance is no guarantee of future results. Stock market involves risks, so invest wisely. When I was a kid, my grandpa used to say to my grandma, I love you to the moon and back.
Mitty has to deal with them all the time on the road. Usually they're Canadians. Most of the a good majority of the Canadian truck drivers are
So this Mother's Day, I created a beautiful
Indy Sikhs.
moon and back sterling silver diamond necklace. I wish you could see it right now. Wait, you can. Go to IHateStevensinger.com and see the silhouette of a crescent moon filled with sparkling diamonds hugging a silver heart. It's engraved with I love you to the moon and back right on the other side. A thought you'll hold next to her heart every day. Tell the mothers in your life that you love them to the moon and back, just like my grandfather did. It's only $148. Shipped for free in my signature black gift box. Visit us at the other corner
Flip flop drivers, yeah. I've heard him say that before.
Newtown in Bucks County. Or online at IHateStevensinger.com.
When's he getting back on the road? I know. I heard he's feeling better.
You're listening to the Will Cow Majority with Andrew Will Cow. He's all talk.
All right. Turns out that you cannot draw a district, congressional district in the United States of America based solely to try to engineer a race-based outcome of a congressional election. Joining the program right now is Hans Mikowski, Senior Legal Fellow at Advancing American Freedom.
I'm gonna run in here. Yeah, see the
he worked in the Civil Rights Division.
The orange vehicle up ahead with no front. Yeah, that's that's Miss Indoctrination's Bronco.
What they needed to do, they re-emphasized.
I'll pull up to it once I got to get the key to it. I got to grab her license plate off of it.
Racial discrimination voting only banned.
I'll be right back.
Intentional racial discrimination. And if you're making a claim that you were discriminated against, you have to provide current evidence of such discrimination. You can't base it on what happened 50 years ago, 100 years ago in a state. Not only that, you have to show that race was what caused the discrimination, not politics. And all of that is good. So basically they said, only under very limited circumstances can you use race to draw district lines for legislatures.
But I mean, let me see if I understand this. So the argument Democrats, or at least Black Democrats, would make is that we have to do this, or else there'll be no minority representation in Congress. First of all, a congressperson represents a district and a district, not a race, religion, or socioeconomic status. But explain me this: Representative John James is Black, and he got elected in a majority white district. Representative Wesley Hunt is Black. He got elected in a majority white district. Representative Byron Donalds is Black, and he got elected in a majority white district. Previously, before that, Mia Love was Black, and she got elected in a majority white district. And these are in Utah, Florida, Michigan, and Texas.
Yeah.
So it's not unique to one state or region in the country. It seems
Her
like
accident was a bit worse than mine.
no problem getting elected in majority white districts.
No, that's exactly right, and that shows why the way.
Be right back. Well, let me back up, actually. See.
For quite a while, needed to be corrected, and again, if you look at the order, the Supreme Court warned lower courts that when you're evaluating the evidence of supposed intentional racial discrimination, you have to disentangle politics from race. You know, if Black voters are voting a particular way because of their party affiliation, because they're voting for Democrats in a district where Republicans are majority, that's not racial discrimination. They're losing because of partisan politics. But a lot of judges have been taking that and saying, oh, well, that's a violation of the Voting Rights Act. And, of course, that's completely wrong. I mean, the other thing that didn't get mentioned a lot, Andrew, in this case is that, remember, this case was about the 6 congressional seats in Louisiana. One of them was a Black majority district. And then this federal judge comes in and says, you've got to draw up a second Black majority district. Why? Well, because you guys discriminated, 100 years ago, and the Black population is about a third of the state. So they're fine with a second district. Well, the Voting Rights Act specifically says it doesn't entitle you to proportional representation. So we have no evidence.
Well, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Didn't Representative Steve Cohen get elected in a majority Black district in Memphis? That happened.
Well, yeah, right. So the key thing about all of this is that the Supreme Court says you cannot use race to draw up boundary lines for political districts, like I said, except under extremely narrow circumstances. And those circumstances
what's the narrow circumstance here that lets you draw a district solely to have a preferred racial outcome?
Well, look, you can't do that. Like I said, unless you can show that when the legislature was drafting up those lines, they did it in order to discriminate on the basis of race. And if you do that, that's a violation of the law. And in this particular case, when the legislature was told by this federal judge, we have to drop the second district, they used race to do that. And the Supreme Court said that's a violation of equal protection. One person, one vote. You can't do that.
That's just... I'm already looking at I look at some of these districts. I mean, the one in Mississippi looks crazy. There's one other one in Illinois that looks like the Strait of Hormuz. They did it where I live in New Jersey. Currently, New Jersey 11, I live in it. They took out the northern portion and brought in parts of Montclair, and then they redistricted out Scott Garrett by drawing this little thin line down all the way to Moonachie, and they got rid of Scott Garrett.
We get the plate off.
So when I hear Democrats saying, well, this was started by Republicans in Texas, no, they're playing catch up.
Well, that is absolutely true. You can look at state after state places like Illinois and Massachusetts, where despite the fact that Donald Trump in some of these places got anywhere from 35, 45% of the vote, when Democrats drew new congressional districts, they either entirely shut out Republicans or just gave them one or two seats. So, yeah, the Democrats have been guilty of that kind of partisan gerrymandering for a very long time.
Okay, so does this mean it's over, or is there going to be something else? I mean, the Democrats don't go away quietly. We know that.
Oh, I think what's going to happen is that, for example, as you know, Florida is talking now about doing congressional redistricting for the state. If they do, I have no doubt that liberal groups, Democrats, will file lawsuits trying to delay those districts so that they won't be in place for the midterm elections. And they'll do it despite the Supreme Court's decision, because they know, well, even if we eventually get ruled against, maybe we can delay these districts from being in place for this year's election.
This is not 1926.
Right.
How many other racial groups should be entitled to this type of gerrymandering? Should there be in South Texas Hispanic-only districts? Should there be in California Asian districts? Should there be perhaps gay districts? I don't know. I mean, where, if you allow one group to operate on the expectation that they're going to have a district drawn to ensure the outcome, shouldn't every group expect this?
Well, yeah, and that's the whole problem with the way the left wants to interpret the Voting Rights Act. There's no limit to that, and that is not what the intent was of the Voting Rights Act.
All right.
You know, it's interesting.
I got everything.
Actually wrote a concurrence in this decision, a 6-3 decision, in which he agreed with what the majority did, but then he said actually they should have ruled that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act,
Well, that sucks,
shouldn't even apply to redistricting. And the whole purpose of that law was to throw out absolute bans that kept blacks from registering to vote or kept them out of polling places. And the whole redistricting process is based on this weird concept that, well, yeah, they're not kept from registering, the minority voters aren't kept from voting, but somehow you're diluting the value of their vote. Well, how in the heck do you figure that out?
What would be the, I mean, we were reading earlier that it was Kagan or Jackson or Sotomayor. One of them had the argument that Trump says really mean things about some.
All right.
And floated
Now to Green Springs.
In Ohio. That might be a reason to encourage people to vote against Donald Trump if you're offended by it. It certainly wouldn't be a reason to redistrict or to create district lines in Mississippi far away from Ohio.
Yeah, I got her the majority of her stuff the other day. I just forgot to grab the plate, and that WeatherTech stuff's worth a couple $100. So if she ends up getting another Bronco, we just clean that shit up and put it in, you know. We don't have to turn in the rental until next Wednesday, so hopefully we'll be able to find something by then. Yeah, and I don't want to have to buy another new plate, so I've already got 3 cars plated in my name. That Bronco, this truck, and then my old Trailblazer that my youngest son is using. Just to keep the insurance rate down. Keep it plated in my name. Although, who knows what it's going to be now. He may want to just switch it over to him.
Whenever we see these types of cases, there was a proposal here in New York City. We were talking about this earlier. Well, what if that Money Brown is the public advocate? $20 million. right here at Sirius XM. Is could you see how that could go wrong? Like, if you're going to say, well, we're going to allow districts to be drawn based on race, no, I don't want these things. It's like I said to the head cook.
And 429 here? Shit.
I want the weapon of lawfare.
That's nuts.
I don't want us to constantly fight over.
It's under $4 over by the house. 30 cents more here. It's like $3.99 by the house. Let's check the speedway at.
Doing this for black people, or against black people, for white people, or against white people, or anyone. I don't want to see this being done by anyone, for or against anyone. But as I stated earlier, we have how many prime examples of
it's
black,
like one of the highest stations around. One right down the road is only $3.75. Well, you only really got two seasons in Ohio. You've got winter and then you got construction season. That's it. It's fucking nuts.
Well, it looks like the Supreme Court did the right thing. I don't at all understand the alternative or the dissent, but whatever. I don't need to. All right, I gotta leave it there. My top of the hour is about to kick in. Hans von Spakovsky, Senior Legal Fellow at Advancing American Freedom, AdvancingAmericanFreedom.com. Thanks for the time.
Sure, thanks for having us.
All right, third hour next. We're right there wrong. That's the end of the story. The arguments on this radio program cannot be broken. Sirius XM Patriot.
Millions are watching live policing every Friday and Saturday night. Are you? Get Reels Plus and stream the hit show On Patrol Live.
We got more than 50 cameras across the country following law enforcement in real time.
And that's just the start. Reels Plus has thousands of hours of true crime investigations, behind-the-scenes celebrity stories, and unscripted thrills. Subscribe now for just $4.99 a month, plus a free 7-day trial at ReelsPlus.com or wherever you stream. That's Reels with a Z.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for
That's
free.
nuts.
That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/news. That's ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter.com.
You see that latest lackluster?
Did you know your life insurance is an asset?
The cops just, someone would flash a gun at somebody somewhere, like at a gas station or something, and then gave a vague description of the car they were in and the person, and then they saw something close.
We, the people of the United States, this week in American history. April 30th, 1789, George Washington is inaugurated as the first president of the United States in New York City. And on May 2nd, 2011, U.S. forces kill Osama bin Laden in Pakistan in a raid ordered by President Barack Obama. Countdown to America 250, only on Sirius XM 125. Fusion of rational thought and political analysis. This is what your brain has been waiting for. News, politics, and issues. Enhance. Just join the Will Count Majority. Your generation of great talk radio. The founder of the new school. That's me. You can look out Sirius XM Patriot phone lines as always. 1-695 Patriot 9572874. The email, just spell my name right, WILKOW at WillCountMajority.com. You can Patriot first, Conservative second, Republican third, and working every single day to make this the most popular program offered by Sirius XM Radio, because it's based on one thing and one thing only, and that is rational thought. So welcome to the Will Count Majority. I'm Andrew Wilkin. So I started the program with this. Yesterday, we had a candidate for Congress named Tim Wilkins, former Marine, competitive bodybuilder, TV host, stand-up comedian, paid MC at IFBB bodybuilding competitions, owner of a small production company that makes faith-based films in Florida. And what was interesting was, like I said, I've known him for several years. I met him at a FreedomWorks event. We became friendly and kept in contact afterwards. And it was my pleasure to have him make his announcement on this program. 40 minutes after he made his announcement to challenge Representative Daniel Webster in Florida's 11th Congressional District, Daniel Webster announced he was not going to seek re-election anymore. And his staff have reached out to Tim Wilkins to maybe work on his campaign. So that's the newest promises made, promises kept segment. One of the first we did was with Dr. Mariella Roca, who is running for Congress in Maryland. And she is back. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I think you were one of the first ones. I think you were right there at the beginning of the promises made, promises kept segments.
Wow, yeah, I can't believe it. It's been a while. You know, you've always been a great supporter and given us an opportunity to come on here and chit chat. So I'm so glad that you're still doing it.
So you're back. Look, I want to say this. This is going to be more of a philosophical and issue-oriented interview. Dr. Roca has answered all the questions about cutting the spending and securing the border and all this stuff. I can tell you she's a rock-solid constitutional conservative. I don't need to rehash all of it. So why did you decide to run again?
You know, I honestly was not planning on running for a third time, but the universe and God really put this in my path again. They decided that, you know, this was going to be the best opportunity for me to give it another shot. I was working at the VA last year for a couple months, and I just quickly realized that I will be more effective if I can get the Congress and actually implement some of the things that the ideas that I have, and just decided to give it one more shot.
All right, so give them, for those that may have not heard you in the past, you were an Air Force veteran, you have a doctor of business administration. What would you want people just to know about your background besides that? Born in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, so all that, also was a proud mom with 2 kids, had a senior in high school that actually is reporting to the Naval Academy in June. Oh. I'm so proud.
Congratulations, Mom.
Yes, I'm so proud of her. She got in. She's an athlete. She's going to be doing that in June. And at the end of the day, I just want Maryland 6 to be represented by somebody just like all of us in our district. I'm a mom, trying to raise my family, trying to keep up with all the skyrocketing costs. As you mentioned, I'm a veteran. I served my country overseas and here at home. And I'm just an average American that's tired of being left behind by career politicians.
The website is ROCA, ROCA for Congress.com, ROCA for Congress.com. My producer said, you know what, you should talk to her about Maryland being a sanctuary state. Now, I know there'll be pressure on you. Well, you're Hispanic. Don't you have sympathy? Well, Puerto Rico's part of the United States, so it's not like Puerto Ricans can be illegal immigrants. But, what I noticed is that assumption that because somebody may be Hispanic or Latino or whatever, that they automatically open borders. We saw in the last election.
I blame it on that. It took me I had to reboot my phone completely.
Absolutely not.
Hey, Sig.
And I talk to Hispanic people in our district every single day.
It's 51 degrees here and rainy, so we had a couple nice days over the weekend, but back to chilly spring weather.
Yes, I came here 20 years ago, maybe not the right way, but I don't think it's fair that I've been trying to get my citizenship for over 20 years, and now all of a sudden the border's wide open and people can just stroll in and like get everything handed to them. Like, she's been a
Megsy's saying hi to you over on Rumble.
For over 20 years, and she's still having difficulty. So yeah, it's very insulting that just because you're Hispanic means that you are for open borders, because that's not it at all. We all want to feel safe in our community. We all want to have the American dream, and Maryland keeps playing around with the whole sanctuary city state. Thankfully, here in Frederick County, where I live, are trying to keep things like that at bay. But yeah, absolutely, we'll want to secure the border, support our ICE on DHS on day one. April Delaney, the current congressman for this district,
he'll be over.
Has voted no to fund DHS, which is absolutely.
He likes to give a like on YouTube first too.
There is a primary on June 23rd. How many people are in the race?
There's 3 candidates on the Republican side, which is actually the lowest in the last 2 times. The first time I ran, I think we had 6, and last time we had 7. So now there's 3 of us.
Well, one of the big things the next Congress is going to have to confront is, and look, you know this because you've been on the program a whole bunch of times. My first question about cutting and spending, you know this. You're like an OG, like a veteran of being interviewed by me. And like I said to a candidate we had yesterday, Tim Wilkins, who is a personal friend of mine, he made his campaign announcement here, and we were talking about the fraud going forward. Right? Congress can't just draw up a budget or rubber stamp any president's budget without careful examination as to where billions of dollars are going. This is going to be, the next Congress cannot be lazy with this stuff, is what I'm saying. Like, now we know where it is. Now we know it's there. Scott Bessent said the final year of Biden's budget may have been a full 10% of fraud at $7 trillion. I mean, you're talking about real money here, and I don't know why
10%. That's
progressive.
$700 billion of fraud.
I was playing a clip earlier of Tim Wells talking about, the more generous the program, the more oversight that's needed. Funny for him to say that now, but if you want to use government this way, and the money's being stolen, that means the kids aren't getting fed. The people with autism aren't getting support. The seniors aren't getting hospice or palliative care. The meals aren't being distributed to low-income school districts. This money is being taken to buy mansions and sports cars. You should be equally as outraged.
$700 billion.
That the so-called people's money has been stolen, and I think Congress really has no choice.
We've said it a million times over and over.
I forgot to forward this phone.
Okay, so once again, we have a primary on June 23rd. You said it's a more narrow primary.
Okay, we should be good now. It's going to go to my personal phone now. Someone calls us. Number, I won't interrupt the stream.
Is the representative, right?
Try again.
Well, from what I know, I think this is her second term, and she was one of the votes against reopening the federal government during the shutdown in December. Right? She was one of those. She was one of those people. That's what we're dealing with right now. We just had the fourth attempt on the president's life. The Democrats still won't open DHS. Yeah. She's consistently voted no to reopen the government. She's never going to vote against her party, and that's what Democrats do. They want to vote what their leadership says and not actually do what's right for the American people. I guess unfortunately she's voted over and over to not open the government. Here in Frederick County, we have a very large federal employee workforce and people that want to, get back to work, especially if they have it's just strange to me. Well, I mean, the problem is you might have someone who tries to put themselves over as some kind of centrist or some kind of moderate or living in the shadows of the blue dog Democrats. I think we know that if the Democrats take the House of Representatives, they're going to spend their entire time impeaching President Trump. They're not going to really do anything. And if they do something, I don't know what it's going to be because Trump, they're probably not going to have a veto majority. This is what people need to understand is that if the Democrats take the House and the Senate, God forbid they get Gavin Newsom or they get Kamala Harris through 28, it's going to be open borders anarchy and forget any prosecution of fraud, and they're going to open the floodgates. I mean, this is not a progressive.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Okay. Driving.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate you being willing to help me.
Oh, no
I'm
worries.
trying to figure out. Okay, so I'm not super tech savvy, but I'll follow what you tell me to do.
All right. Here, let me.
it's saying it sent a 6-digit code.
Okay. It might have sent that to me. I might have already hit that, so never mind. Let me see. Did it send you a text?
I'm looking right now. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Punch in that code there.
Okay.
And actually, if it's going to go through text, you won't even have to worry about the authenticator. So.
Okay, so it says pick an account, and it has the top one is Amy Runkle, or A Runkle, and then the second one, the email address is like legends@sc04222. So I wouldn't pick that one, correct?
No, you want to pick yours, yeah.
Okay, and then it just pops up and says, "Hi, what can I help you with?" Message Copilot. I guess that's like where I'm.
Yeah, and then if you look on the left hand side, okay, you're probably already logged, so you're logged in. It's going to try and get you to use the AI crap through Microsoft. You can just close that Copilot.
Okay.
That's just their version of AI. So, so on your left hand side, you should see on the bottom left hand side. Are you logged in on the browser?
Yes.
Okay, so the bottom left hand side, you should see your initials.
Okay, so what happened was when I got out of the Copilot and X'd out of that, then it logged me out. Like now all I see is the webmail login GoDaddy again.
Okay. Yeah, you don't want to close the whole tab. You just wanted to close the inside part of it. Check how many tabs do you have open. Check all your tabs to see if you're logged in on one of them.
Yeah, Kipu, Inbox with Outlook, and GoDaddy email.
Okay, Inbox with Outlook. That's that you're logged in there. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. And it has
So on the bottom, still on the bottom left hand side, you should see your initials with a little bubble.
No. Nope. If I look at my screen at the very top right, if I see a little icon, it says Account Manager for Amy Runkle.
Oh, okay. That's fine. So you're not, okay, that's fine. So on the left-hand side, is it showing you all the different apps? Or is it right in the middle of the screen?
Yeah, no. Right now on the left, it just has like Inbox, sent items, drafts.
Okay, so you're just opened up inside of Outlook. All right. That's fine.
Okay.
If you want to go, just open a new tab and type in office.com.
Okay. All right. Let's see. I did.
Right. It should still have you logged in.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I am.
Now, do you see apps on the left-hand side versus my apps or something like that? Apps.
I'm looking.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I actually gave you, when I redid it, I just completely wiped out the old one and made a new one. I gave you the professional business, so you can actually download the full versions of all of Outlook and stuff if you want to.
Okay.
Just for future, for next time I'm out there, I can walk you through that.
Okay.
I want you to be able to,
honestly, I don't know if I'm even. So what I'm looking at right now is basically my emails on the left, and then it has like the new mail, favorites. That's what my screen is right now.
Yeah, that's Outlook. That's one of the components of Office. So
okay, I typed in office.com like you told me, but then whenever I did that, it took me out of Outlook and it took me to a screen where I can log into that now.
Okay, now you probably are, since you're logged into that computer already. You're probably already logged in. Or it might take you through the authenticator now. So.
Okay. I feel like I'm just, because I'm not very, I feel like I'm just going to confuse you.
No, it's okay.
So I am so.
No, I'm going to be out. Are you going to be there tomorrow?
Yes, I will be here tomorrow, 8 to 4:30.
Okay, I'll be out there tomorrow. We'll walk you through it.
Okay, and I apologize.
No worries. It's not your fault. This is what I went to school for. You went to school for what you do, so.
Yeah. Okay, well, I do appreciate you helping me.
No
Hopefully
worries.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. We'll get you going.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thing. This is rational. Completely illogical thing. The United States, when we talk about unaffordable housing or unaffordable health care, you cannot ignore the 20 million people that came in over the 4-year period of Joe Biden. If you have more people than houses, prices go up. If you have more people than doctors, prices go up. If you have more people sending their kids to school than paying taxes, then taxes go up. This is simple math.
Oh, absolutely. It's right and wrong. And, I'm running for Congress here in Maryland, and we probably, there's lots of listeners right now that don't live in Maryland, but these congressional races are national races. As you said, we have a thin majority already. And, as of recently, we've had members on the Republican side that are not running or anymore seeking re-election. And every seat that we can pick in the United States is going to help us keep our House majority.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, if you want to make an appeal to out-of-state donors, feel free to do that. I don't fault anyone for doing that. You know what? I told one candidate, I said, do you know what the March of Dimes is? And we're talking about the March of Dimes. He said, look, the March of Dimes was the charity that dealt with, childhood health care issues. I said, their assumption was everybody will give you a dime. When we do our Veterans Day thing, we have benefactors and we.
Yeah, she's nice. She's just very computer illiterate. Well, look at this road pirate sitting here. I'm gonna mark them.
$25 left. When I say to candidates all the time, I said, you don't need to make an appeal to big donors. You ask for $5 online, people will send you $5, right? You can get the $5. If you say, I need everyone to give me $1,000, you're not getting anyone. If you said, look, can you send $5 to RochaForCongress.com? You're going to get people who will give you the $5.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And, obviously Maryland as a whole is more of a purple state in some areas, but
yeah, especially when you're pretty clueless. She seems pretty clueless, so that's fine. It's not her fault. I told her she went to school to do what she does, therapist or whatever she's doing, and
Dr. Rocha has been on this program
I went to school for this.
Over her previous campaigns. We always love having you on, and like I said, I don't have to ask you all the conservative questions because you've answered all of them, and I can say without a shadow of a doubt, she's a true conservative.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I really appreciate you so much for having me on here every single time.
All right. Well, we'll be talking to you and other candidates throughout the summer and up through the fall. I got to take a break. Dr. Rocha, thanks for joining us.
Thanks. Have a good one.
All right. It's RochaForCongress.com. There's a primary on June 23rd. This is Maryland's 6th congressional district. She's a rock star. She is. Great lady. Sirius XM Patriot.
The whole journey from New Jersey Nights to superstardom and stadium.
Yeah, I was going to have to go out there anyway, so I made it sound like I was doing something special for her. Thing is, I may have to go from there to Cleveland tomorrow, so it's going to be a lot of driving, I think, tomorrow. Looking at where gas prices are, it's going to be awfully fun.
At Lenseek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lenseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Yeah, I took yesterday off, though, so mostly did remote work yesterday.
Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. Equal terms at mintmobile.com.
And like Slater, my dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously. Family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife, for 4 kids. The best way to get life insurance is close.com. There's no medical exam, no blood test, just a few more questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected.
I got Kenworth going neck and neck with me here.
Feel like your clothes actually feel good. Well, this spring, Cozy Earth makes a strong case that what you wear at home matters just as much as what you wear out, maybe more. The outfit that you'll live in is the brushed bamboo jogger set, made from viscose from bamboo. It's lightweight, breathable, and unbelievably soft. The fit is spot on, tapered yet relaxed, with enough structure to feel put together, even at home. And then there are the Lake House clogs, designed for everyday home life. They feature a cushioned footbed, ultra soft interior, and slip-on design. They're supportive enough to stand it all day, yet cozy enough to forget you're wearing them. You can easily wear them out to grab coffee or get the farmer's market. With easy returns and a lifetime warranty, it's comfort worth upgrading to. This spring, give yourself the kind of comfort that lives with you all day, not just the moment you get home. Head to CozyEarth.com and use my code WORKOUT for an exclusive.
Well, I'm going to be going from Defiance to Cleveland. She's in Defiance, so. No, there isn't. Not from Defiance to Cleveland, but we'll make do. We'll do what we need to do. I bill them for the miles, so. Well, I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow, too. And I was going to fuck. I may have to hit Costco on the way home today. Yeah, I got my doctor's appointment in Findlay tomorrow at 11. Then from there, I'll probably have to shoot over to Defiance. Exclusive concerts and the story behind it all on their own channel. Is the power of Bon Jovi Radio, channel 312 on most radios, and always on the Sirius XM app, wherever you stream. Hear every game of the NBA playoffs. We're missing a power cord. As the Thunder try to fend off challenges for their crown. And throughout the playoffs, get closer to the storylines that matter on NBA Radio, channel 86. The playoffs is what makes legacies. This is how you build your name. Listen to the hometown broadcast of every NBA playoff. Yeah, I know. I thought it was Tuesdays and Thursdays.
I want you to think about something for a second. What would happen if you died tomorrow? Right? You drop dead, you get run over by a bus, shot, whatever. Terrible, terrible, all that. But your family, you think, okay, cover the bills, keep the house,
That's my power cord.
Your kids, their future, their education. Well, the good news is there's a simple way to help protect your family. Life insurance through Ethos. Ethos makes getting life insurance fast and easy. 100% online, no complicated process, no medical exam, just a few simple health questions. And with Ethos, you can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You'll even get your
was it busy?
network of trusted.
Well, that's a good thing. Busy makes the day go by fast.
And you can get the $3 million in coverage in the 10 minutes and get covered today with
Always does for me, anyway.
Your free quote, visit ethos.com/willcount. That's ethos.com/willcount. Rates may vary, application times may also vary.
I think I'm going to work in my car when we get there. So I'm going to run in without you.
James Comey was in court. He self-surrendered. He's now been charged for a second time. This time over a social media post with seashells that said 8647. Do you really think that he was endangering your life or threatening your life without
anybody knows anything about crime? They know 86. You know what 86 is a mob term for killing. You ever see the movies? 86 and the mobster says to one of his wonderful associates, 86 that means killing. It's I think of it as a mob term. People think of it as something having to do with disappearing, but the mob uses that term to say when they want to kill somebody, they say 86 son of a gun. I'm trying to keep the language facing. yeah, the people like Kobe have created tremendous danger, I think, for politicians and others. Kobe is a dirty cop. He's a very dirty cop. He cheated on the elections. He tried to help Hillary Clinton, as you know. He dismissed a lot of things that he should have proceeded with. I wasn't involved, but he should have proceeded with. No, he's a dirty cop. He's a crooked man, yeah.
Mr. President, you just described there's been disagreement between the U.S. and Keir Starmer on support for Iran. Did your visit with the king smooth that over or create?
Yeah.
My visit with the king really was just, it was extraordinary. I mean, he's an extraordinary man. He's an extraordinary person. And yeah, it helps from the standpoint that, when you like the king of a country so much, it probably helps your relationship with the prime minister. But, in that case, the prime minister said, "Do you want to send him help?" He said, "No, we'll send it after you win the war." I said, "That's not good. That's not good. What do you think of that, Jared? Sending help after we win the war?" I don't know, some of that sort. I don't want to get you guys involved, but I can imagine this is
The United Arab Emirates, the UAE, they pulled out of OPEC.
Yeah.
What do you think about
I
that?
think it's great. I mean, I think it's great. I know him very well, Mohammed, and very smart. And he probably maybe wants to go his own way. That's a good thing. I think that ultimately it's a good thing for getting the price of gas down, getting oil down, getting everything down. They have it all. He's a great leader, actually. So no, I'm okay. They're having some problems in OPEC.
Kevin Warsh hurdle today. The Senate Banking Committee confirmed his nomination to the Senate floor. We need to event in mid-May. Is it your expectation he can persuade the other Fed governors to lower interest rates?
Well, they should, because it's a good time to lower them. We're the most prime country anywhere in the world. We're right now having investments made in our country at a level that nobody's ever seen. No other country's ever seen it. Tens of billions of dollars are being invested. Factories.
Those 5 people are watching.
I mean, not just
Give it a like, guys.
AI. We're leading China by a lot in AI, as you know. I'm letting them build their own electric plants. They're building one of ways you could never do it. It's a concept that I came up with. I'm very proud of it. And by the way, they're building electric plants that people in the utility industry have never seen before. They're saying, "Man, that's incredible." So they're building these massive buildings that cost billions of dollars, and they're building their own electric plants. So they're not taking from a source or the old grid, an old grid that would be able to do it. No, we're leading with everything, but in the history of our beautiful world, there's never been a country that has so much money being invested in it as us. And tremendous number of oil plants, by the way. The oil plants are coming out of Canada, Mexico, Japan, South Korea, Germany. They're all coming to the United States. And the reason is I have a very smart tariff policy. We were taken advantage of for years. We were being ripped off by other countries for years. And those days are over. Yep.
Mr. President, Friday how long are you prepared to maintain the blockade? Can that go several more months?
Well, the blockade is genius, okay? The blockade has been 100% foolproof. It shows how good our Navy is. I can tell you that. Nobody's going to play games. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built much of it during my first term, and we've been building it since. And the greatest anywhere in the world, nobody even close. And you see that.
Yeah, they
whether it's
crunched up the back of that van, didn't they?
They have a big military in Venezuela, but it was over in one day. It was actually over in about 48 minutes. Iran, the same thing. I mean, militarily, we wiped them out. They had no military left. It's all the Navy's at the bottom of the sea. Air Force is never going to fly again. We've got an amazing military. Now they have to cry uncle. That's all they have to do. Just say, we give up. We give up. But their economy is really in trouble. It's a dead economy.
So Fury and the blockade get Iran to nuclear talks fast enough, or do you think another wave of strikes will be necessary?
We have talks.
Yeah, it does need a big bumper.
Anymore.
Not going to help that door right now, but yeah.
Doing it telephonically, and it's very nice. I make a call. I have my people make a call. you know the answer to. I always like face to face. I consider it better. But when you have to fly 18 hours every time you want to have a meeting, and you know what the meeting's all about, and you know they're going to give you a piece of paper that you don't like before you even think it's ridiculous. And they've come a long way. The question is whether or not they're going to go far enough. So at this moment, there will never be a deal unless they agree that there will be no nuclear weapons.
Are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of DC? Seems like Florida, Texas, and Ohio have expressed interest.
You're going to have to say it differently.
Sorry, are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of DC once the lease is up? States like Texas, Ohio, and Florida.
Well, the best man to tell you that is the man standing right over here. You heard that question? Who those beautiful leaders of yours? He's got great hearing, he's got super hearing.
Trigger the trade, sir. What's the answer? I think the answer to that is we have 10 amazing centers around the country that all kind of bubble up to contribute to the mission we're able to undertake, like Artemis 2. I think in terms of the headquarters, we have a lot of people very interested in our mission. So being here in DC gives us the opportunity to kind of interact with all our stakeholders, make sure we make the right decisions for the nation.
Yeah, DC is an advantage, I guess, for you. It's got to go around. It's got to see some senators, make sure they keep going. Staying around since and importantly, Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. When I came here a little more than a year ago, it was a very unsafe city. And now, maybe even more importantly than that, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And you help make it hot. You help make it hot. When a year and a half ago, the King of Saudi Arabia, but others also, the King of Saudi Arabia said, Mr. President, a year and a half ago, we thought you had a dead country. We thought the United States was a dead country, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we do. And believe it or not, when everybody in the world was watching that incredible performance by NASA, these incredible people behind me, where they get the bravery, I have no idea. But you're a big part of it. We have the hottest country in the world. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, we are going to punch out here. Where to go? All right, I'll get the calls, and then we'll wrap up the next segment. Mark, Iowa, you are on the Bill Count Majority going on 20 years. Hello, sir.
Hey, how are you doing?
Fine, how are you?
Doing pretty good. Say, I love your show. I actually use a lot of your arguments all the time, but with the whole fat people Medicare thing, I think that's kind of a slippery slope. And I do agree with you on a lot of the situations, circumstances. But if
you're just joining us, we're talking earlier about the question of if you can't control someone's behavior, should you have to subsidize the outcome? And we were playing a clip of Representative Jay Schweikert saying, 47% of all healthcare costs are related to obesity. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if I've been paying into Medicare my entire life and then I retire, and let's say I'm heavy and I need a knee replacement, or maybe I got sleep apnea.
We weren't talking about Medicare. We were talking more about Medicaid and whether or not we should subsidize. If people are going to say, I'm free to do what I want, but what I want is to be able to eat what I want, or drink what I want, or sleep with who I want, or behave who I want, should the taxpayer, should the welfare state subsidize those things for people who are not contributing? I wasn't talking about retirees, Social Security, veterans, or people on Medicare.
My bad. I misunderstood. But say I live in Minnesota. I'm actually from Minnesota. I'm still in Iowa right now. I can't believe it. But you're talking about Somalia and the fraud stuff. Just a tidbit. I read this article yesterday. There's now a bill. They're pushing through a bill in Minnesota to penalize cities that are reverting back to the old Minnesota flag. So instead of flying new Somalian Minnesota flag, they're refusing to do that. They're going back to the original Minnesota flag. And now there's a bill being pushed through to try to penalize this. And these very same people want to turn around and point fingers and call Trump different. You can't make this stuff up, but just a tidbit.
Well, for the record, I was not talking about people who have paid into the system. Ryan, Massachusetts, you are on the Will Count Majority. Hello.
Hi,
Congressman. Thanks for taking the call. Congrats on the 20 years.
Not there yet. I have plenty of time to screw it up.
I'm sure you won't. But kind of going back to the earlier comments about the FISA and the FBI agents, never really heard that they ever got disciplined, but we also never heard from the actual FISA judge. Like, why wasn't he upset that these FBI agents multiple times came in and lied to him?
I've often asked that question, by the way, that why did the judges not seek any action for the fraud that was committed on them, or committed in their courts, I should say?
Right. So, I mean, you almost kind of wonder, were they complicit in it too?
I don't know. I don't know how we got to the point where this was allowed to, the statute of limitations was allowed to run out. We're not talking about simply, partisan politics here. We're talking about a fraud that was committed on a very secretive foreign intelligence and surveillance court. That's what FISA is. And they use this to roll up Trump, or to try to roll up Trump. And there should have absolutely positively been repercussions and ramifications for doing that. Thank you very much for the call. All right, we're going to take a break. We are going to wrap up the next segment. We will hand it to Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, Stacey Washington. We are right. They are wrong. That's the end of the story. The arguments on this radio program cannot be.
Welcome back.
Serious.
Just in time for your barn, your farmhouse. We'll be coming up on it in a minute.
Thunder trying to fend off challengers through their crown. And throughout the playoffs, get closer to the storylines that matter on NBA Radio, Channel 86.
The playoffs is what make legacies. This is how you build your name.
Listen to the hometown broadcast of every NBA playoff game on your radio and the SiriusXM app.
Gas prices are killing your budget. Groceries cost more than ever. And your credit card debt just keeps on growing. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, DebtBlue has urgent news for you. DebtBlue is now notifying consumers about debt relief options that could eliminate a large portion of your credit card debt. No bankruptcy, no consolidation.
It's like almost like a 2-car garage behind it, too. 1.5, 2 cars. There's no driveway that goes up to it. Just grass.
So whether you owe $10,000 or $100,000,
The doors on both sides. Huh.
may be available right now, but you must act every day you wait. The interest grows. Call DebtBlue right now at 800-200-2603. That's 800-200-2603. Find out in the first free call how much you could save. Call 800-200-2603.
I believe there is a century marker on it.
800-200-2603. 800-200-2603.
It's a farm that's been in continuous running for over 100 years. It's got newer silos in the back there.
Founder of Vermont Brownie Company. When I started 10 years ago, I had one goal in mind: to make the best brownies around using the freshest ingredients. Today, we have lots of delicious brownie flavors, including maple toffee crunch, peanut butter, and our award-winning dark chocolate chef brownie that beat world-renowned chef Bobby Flay. All of our brownies are baked in Vermont using local farm-fresh ingredients and rich Belgian chocolate.
Oh, whoopsie there. Yeah, it looks like we came back, though.
Free in beautiful Mother's Day packaging. Order soon because
Yeah, I saw it blink out on my
it's easy.
monitoring iPad.
That's VermontBrownie.com. Don't wait. This Mother's Day, show your mother, daughter, wife, grandmother, every mom you love just how special she is with a delicious gift from Vermont Brownie Company.
You know how those instant life insurance quotes work, right? Answer some questions online and pay out a price. It's simple, except you have no idea how the algorithm came up with that life insurance rate. And research shows those companies can really overcharge. At AccuQuote, we don't hide behind algorithms, and our 40 years of expertise can save you up to 50% on your life insurance. Visit AccuQuote.com. That's ACCUquote.com, and discover up to a 50% difference in pricing for yourself.
It has both, actually, yeah. a lot of wineries up in like the Put-in Bay area, Catawba Island. There's a brewery up there too, up on the Erie coast. There's actually a couple wineries down by over by my house too. There's a meadery too. They a lot of beekeepers and they do a lot of honey and stuff.
Say no to the mega stores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hey everybody, this is Sebastian Maniscalco. Come to Sebastian Maniscalco's Comedy Radio to hear the Sebastian Maniscalco Show, as well as comedians who inspire me, up-and-coming talent, and the introduction of DJ R&R playing my favorite dance tunes I grew up to. My exclusive 24/7 comedy channel is up and running. Channel 99 and on the Sirius XM app.
Yeah, I love a good mead.
How do we get to the last segment so quickly? I mean, how do we do it? Does it feel like this program flies by? So we're not even through all of the audio that I have. We haven't played Bumdani, that's true. I think this one, though, man, Representative Brandon Gill.
Oh yeah, that was good.
He's good.
He was off on this lady. Listen to this, talking about abortion.
In a hearing with pro-abortion activist Jessica Waters, and I think they were talking about funding for Planned Parenthood or what have you. And Brandon Gill asks her, what's her favorite form of abortion? Play cut 6.
You're an advocate for abortion, for abortion policy. What's your favorite type of abortion?
I am an advocate for patients having access to the full realm of reproductive health care.
But do you have a preferred method of abortion that you like?
I do not.
I mean, read through a couple different methods, and I want to get your take on how much you like these. The first type is called a suction abortion. This is when the cervix is dilated and a strong suction, 29 times the power of a household vacuum cleaner, tears the baby's body apart and sucks it through the hose into a container. Do you prefer that method?
I stand by my former testimony.
That sounds kind of gross, doesn't it? Sounds pretty gruesome. Do you agree?
I stand by how I answered your question fully and accurately.
Okay, what about this one? This one is called dilation and curettage. After dilation of the cervix, a sharp looped knife is inserted into the uterus. The baby's body is cut into pieces and extracted, often by suction. Do you prefer that method?
What I believe we are here to talk about today is the FACE Act. We are not here to talk about
I'm asking you, you're a pro-abortion advocate. I'm asking if you prefer the dilation and curettage method.
I am an access to reproductive health care advocate.
Okay, it was the FACE Act. I take that back. What's the problem here? If you're
Sorry, I'll be right back.
For this procedure,
I'm going to grab some things inside. I'm going to come work on them out here probably.
Of what is
what was I bringing in? Oh, I got to grab a power cord for somebody. I'll be right back.
I got to tell you something. It was pretty brilliant. Now, it's not the first time this has been done. You see what happens when parents show up at school board meetings, book in hand that was read to their children, and they read it aloud in front of the school board meeting, and they get gavelled down for inappropriate behavior. Well, wait a second. You're telling me you could read this to my 8-year-old, but I can't read it to a room full of adults? Or the mom who went out and bought the costume that was worn by the drag queen that was brought in to read to her children, and they threw her out of the school board for inappropriate attire. And she was saying, if I can't wear this in front of you, why would you let a man wear this in front of my children? This is the perfect way to confront these people. Wait a second, you're here as an abortion advocate. I'm asking you about these procedures. Why are you writhing in your chair? But she could have said, look, all medical procedures are pretty gruesome. She didn't say that. I'm here to talk about the FACE Act. I'm not here to talk about that. Oh, we're having a conversation about your what you're advocating for. This is your thing. This is your zone. This is your wheelhouse. This is what you do. Aborting babies is what you do. So why are you so taken aback when I read you this? Now, if you listen to this program at any length of time, you know that I've done this with dilation and extraction. I've read the academic paper. I know the doctor's name by heart, Dr. Martin Haskell, who submitted this paper to the American Medical Association in 1992, describing using tongs, basically, to pull a baby out just far enough and then puncture its skull and suck its brains out. Or to dismember the child in the womb and pull it out piece by piece, ensuring that it is not born alive. Okay, let's see what else. Zoran Mamdani. What is it that Lady Thatcher once said about socialism? The problem with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money. Well, it didn't even take 4 months for that to happen here in New York City. Play cut one.
New York City faces a budget crisis of a historic magnitude. We inherited a deficit larger than any since the Great Recession. Years of mismanagement and chronic underbudgeting, alongside a structural imbalance between what New York City sends to the state and what we receive in return, have taken a toll. We cannot close this deficit with savings alone. We need new revenue, and we need a structural reset in our relationship with the state. That is the only way to meet our legal obligation to pass a balanced budget, and to do so without imposing a financial burden onto the backs of working people. I'm glad to partner with Speaker Menon as we call upon Albany and deliver a balanced budget. Together, we are extending the executive budget deadline from this coming Friday until May 12th, because a crisis of this scale cannot be solved without state action. I want to be clear. We are not simply asking others to act. New York City is doing our part. We are committed to governing with the fiscal responsibility this moment demands. Speaker Menon and I have already identified meaningful savings, and we will continue that work carefully, deliberately, and without cutting the services that New Yorkers rely on. But we cannot do it alone. That is why we are standing together this morning, to underscore what is at stake and to call on Albany to deliver additional revenue.
None of this stuff is going to work. And the pied-à-terre tax is not going to work. I don't know if you saw that Ken Griffin is basically told Mamdani to go F himself. He's going to cancel a $6 billion real estate project in the city. And I don't know if you're getting this under the surface. Katie Wilson, the mayor of Seattle, they're deluding themselves. Starbucks is leaving. They are relocating their headquarters to Nashville. They can call it splitting or expanding or whatever it is. It seems like, from what I'm looking at local media there, they are relocating. They're taking their headquarters and they're leaving. I mean, let's see. Oh, here's the bag of warm diarrhea coated in bacon grease himself, Governor J.B. Pritzker, threatening to arrest ICE agents. Cut two. You know that the president and the Secretary of Homeland Security and the supervisors that stand over the CBP and ICE agents aren't holding them accountable. And so we know that if we keep a record, that we can ultimately hold them accountable. And indeed, we're using that record even now in federal court to limit what they can do. They've been tackling and detaining U.S. citizens, black and brown people, people who speak with an accent, and using that as an excuse to take people away. So we know that that's illegal. We also know that that's against law enforcement protocol. So these people need to know that if they keep doing it, they're eventually both going to lose their jobs and maybe even their freedom. I don't know how many times we have to say this. The states can't limit federal law enforcement. That's not how the pecking order or the totem pole works. It just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. And they can threaten all they want. This is not going to fly. The states cannot limit federal law enforcement. And you know what? Be careful, because one day you might end up back in power. One day you might think you're really, up on things and try to pass some kind of federal gun confiscation. And whoops, wouldn't that be a hoot if the state said, well, we're not going to let the ATF run these confiscation, run confiscation in our state. We're not going to do it. Now, I don't know if I would call this saving the best for last, but I want to read this story. And I read about it, and then I saw the posting from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. A woman named Amanda Lee Flores, a citizen from Illinois, was paying thousands of dollars to have people make sexual torture videos using adult and baby monkeys known as animal crush videos. They were showing real monkeys being burned alive and their genitals mutilated. And apparently she was selling this on some black market pornography website, what have you. And my thought was, well, now wait a second. What stripe on the rainbow flag, the pride flag, would people with such a fetish get? Because this is, I guess, we're not allowed to challenge a sexual orientation, right? We're always told, don't discriminate. We were told by the New York Times that pedophilia is a disorder, not a crime. It's not a crime to be attracted to children. Well, it's a crime to act on it. But they've done everything in their power over the past decade and a half to sort of normalize pedophilia. I'll give you the People magazine version of this. What kind of sick person? Illinois woman pleads guilty in animal crushing videos case involving sexualized torture. An Illinois woman pled guilty earlier this month to a disturbing, violent, and sexual video. Immigration and Customs announced that Amanda Lee Flores, an Illinois resident, had entered a guilty plea in federal court to distributing the videos in online chat groups. According to federal officials, Flores paid thousands of dollars to have others make sexual conspiracy to create and distribute animal crush videos earlier this year. Damn it. I mean, moving aside the animal. From poor little monkeys having their genitals stomped on, or burned, or cut, or bled, or whatever it is.
Thanks for the follow.
So I guess we're going to add this to
Blondie
now. So what started out with gay people in the Stonewall Inn Now you have all sort of sickos, weirdos, perverts, child molesters. Oh, I'm sorry, we can't call them child molesters. They're minor attracted persons. They're slapping my hand. Don't call them child molesters. Don't call them pedophiles. They're minor attracted persons. What do you call this? They're crushies. Crushies get a little stripe on the flag. Crush pride. Crush pride. Crush pride. Freedom for the crushies. Hannity next, Sirius XM Patriot.
Westwood Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell.
Yeah, good luck with that. He'll find himself arrested himself if he tries pulling that shit. Interfering with a federal officer in commission of his duties.
Because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up. That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare?
This thing is filthy.
Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-848-1331. That's 800-848-1331. 800-848-1331.
Hey y'all, Riley Green here. Some companies jump on patriotism when it's convenient. Black Rifle Coffee was built on it from the start. Founded by veterans who believe in hard work and love of country, Black Rifle Coffee Company has never needed trends or headlines to prove who they are. As America heads into its 250th year, they're doing what they've always done, making great coffee and continuing the great mission of caring for our veterans. So
dude, you sounds like a fucking moron to me.
Their dark roast is steady and strong.
They always talk about Trump being born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Shit, Pritzker's family.
Check out Grape Eggs. They're zero sugar, great flavored energy drink with 200 milligrams of caffeine.
Disgusting.
Black Rifle Coffee at Walmart, Target, Kroger, your local Black Rifle coffee shop, or online at blackriflecoffee.com. For folks who believe in this country, Black Rifle is the coffee you drink. Veteran founded, American roasted, Black Rifle Coffee is America's.
Never gets old. Celebrating America 250. Sirius XM Patriot 125.
Yep, supremacy clause. That's exactly it.
With funds dwindling, the administration is pushing Congress to restore funding for the Department of Homeland Security.
The White House is warning Congress that funds to pay Department of Homeland Security personnel will soon run out. The Office of Management and Budget says in a memo that failure to pass legislation could spark new threats of airport disruptions and national security concerns. The House has come to a standstill as Speaker Mike Johnson and Republican lawmakers are tangled over various issues, including the Homeland Security funds. The memo could help the GOP leader pressure lawmakers to act. It says funding that President Donald Trump attached to pay workers through executive actions will be exhausted by May. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Testifying before the House Armed Services Committee, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said lawmakers should stop criticizing the war with Iran.
The biggest challenge, the biggest adversary we face at this point.
Yeah, I knew it was something like that.
Feckless and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans.
And meanwhile, a ranking member, Democrat Adam Smith, had plenty of criticism for the war and the president's strategy.
Wish fulfillment is not really a strategy. I mean, maybe the president thinks he's doing some sort of Jedi mind trick and you can tell Iran, you will give up your nuclear weapons, and they automatically will. But that's not working. So what we need to hear today is what is going to work.
Until now, Hegseth has avoided public questioning from lawmakers about the ongoing war. The U.S. Supreme Court has weakened a landmark civil rights era law that has increased minority representation in Congress and elsewhere. In a 6-3 ruling today, the court's conservative majority struck down a majority-black congressional district in Louisiana. That decision opens the door for more redistricting across the country. More of these stories at townhall.com.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customers.
Yeah, I gotta plug this fucking thing in while I'm working on it.
I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk. If you can't visit the original Liberty Bell in Philadelphia, you might find a dead ringer nearby, according to Rich Thompson. For a 1950 bond drive, the Treasury Department commissioned replicas for each U.S. state and several territories. The replicas have become a fascination for bell hunters like Tom Campbell of Colorado. He stumbled upon his first replica in Denver in the late 90s, sparking a quest to visit them all. The replicas cast in France weigh the same as the original and even have faux cracks. Many suffer neglect, but some are being restored for America's 250th anniversary. Rich Thomason reported. King Charles III and Queen Camilla have kicked off.
Yeah, I like micro.
New York City with a visit to the National
Pretty down to earth.
Honoring the victims of the 2001 attacks during a replaying ceremony. Charles and Camilla are on a closely watched diplomatic trip to the U.S. to mark the 250th anniversary of the country. Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in. I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier. Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing.
Turn off the idle turn off.
Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
This Mother's Day, treat all the wonderful moms in your life to rich, decadent brownies from Vermont Brownie Company. Hi, I'm Shauna Litsky, founder of Vermont Brownie Company. When I started 10 years ago, I had one goal in mind, to make the best brownies around using the freshest ingredients. Today, we have lots of delicious brownie flavors, including maple toffee crunch, peanut butter, and our award-winning dark chocolate chef brownie that beat world-renowned chef Bobby Flay. All of our brownies are baked in Vermont using local farm-fresh ingredients and rich Belgian chocolate. And every Vermont brownie gift is shipped free in beautiful Mother's Day packaging. Order soon because time is running out. It's easy. Go to VermontBrownie.com. That's VermontBrownie.com. Don't wait. This Mother's Day, show your mother, daughter, wife, grandmother, every mom you love just how special she is with a delicious gift from Vermont Brownie Company.
We're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song. We'll all be flying higher than a Carolina. And if you want a little bang in your yin yang, come along. We're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out. Because there's still people in leadership at the Secret Service that were responsible for Butler. How does that happen? It was a failure.
Democrats pushing their colleagues to begin building the case against President Trump now in anticipation of a day one impeachment vote if they retake the House. If you become Speaker, is that your top priority?
Of course not. Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution. Revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song. Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold and...
See, I have a game link now in my description.
All right, thank you, Scott Shannon. Thanks to all of you for being with us. Write down our toll-free
With a code
number if you want to be a part of the program. It is 800-941-SEAN. If you want to join us.
I play a game called Viking Rise, but they have like 3 different games that the code works for.
Why would you have disowned me? You said that to me today. That was very mean.
If you want to be a traitor to God and country and go dine with Chucky and Camilla, that's what you deserve.
I'm not going to be a traitor to my country if I go to a state dinner. Although I will tell you this, I don't believe in bowing to anybody. You know, the tradition is that
that's
you bow
right.
and you. Well, I would not have bowed to the king. I would have shaken his hand. I would have extended my.
I got so many emails yesterday about us playing this, and people saying I should have played My Country 'Tis of Thee instead of this. I don't even know where people get my email.
I think the fact that this triggers you is more entertaining to me than anything else. I had a lot of friends, a lot of people from Fox went to it. I was invited to it, but I have work to do. I mean, I did the radio show. I did a podcast.
That's kind of like a builder type game.
I had work to do. And I
exactly.
Last night.
Chucky hasn't worked in a long time, boss. He can't relate, He sits around and people serve him.
I mean, look, can any of us relate to a king? No. I did have our friend Piers Morgan on afterwards, and all of my criticisms of Europe as a continent and Great Britain in particular, I did bring up with him. And we have Neville Chamberlain Starmer now that wouldn't even allow our planes to land at bases in the UK, which to me is unforgivable. And I think between the UK and France and Spain and Italy and other countries, I think the NATO alliance is headed for, a collapse. And I don't think that we're going to pay 2/3 of the freight moving forward. And then I brought up the issue of Sharia courts. He did not.
This is a huge bag of gum.
This one is for the
woman, I think unfettered, illegal immigration, and even legal immigration without assimilation is going to end up.
I should be getting done in time to make it to Costco.
And I also think
today.
That, on top of embracing radical socialism and climate alarmism has hurt these countries, and I think neglecting national security and national defense issues, not paying their fair share to NATO. I think there's going to be a very dear price to pay. I think as a continent, the continent of Europe is in a precipitous decline, and I'm not sure if they're even going to be able to save it. And it's not just Sharia courts in Great Britain, it's no-go zones in France and other parts of Great Britain. I think it's going to be a big problem. I don't wish it for them. We have had a special relationship with Great Britain for many, many years, and ideally,
they're saying they brought them over as
it's not ideal when you have a defense
as kids.
And at
one of the trips over here,
Piers brought up. Well, I think one of the reasons that Neville Chamberlain Starmer,
dog food, it.
Engage or want any part of
4 big dogs, or 3 big dogs and 1 pug.
The way the Iraq War turned out,
eats as much as the other dogs almost.
President. Number 2, he has a different
fat little
doctrine.
fucker.
Number 3, he's not for forever wars. And number 4, where is the moral clarity of Great Britain standing up against the number 1 state sponsor of terror? And that part really frustrated me. And I said, wouldn't a more appropriate analogy be mitigating the threat of Nazi Germany before millions of people died? And it's almost like the continent of Europe learned nothing from World War II. I think it's more appropriate. We have some news today as a direct consequence of this morning's Supreme Court decision against racial gerrymandering Republicans now in 8 states have a chance to redraw more than a dozen congressional districts, all of which are held by Democrats, and its effects will be felt far beyond Congress. And maps for state legislatures, county boards, city councils, countless other government bodies have, since the Voting Rights Act passage in 1965, they've been required to comply with this act. And the House of Representatives now will experience the most high-profile impact of today's Supreme Court ruling. This is a big deal. If you believe in equal justice, equal application of our laws, you don't draw congressional districts based on people's race. Anyway, given how closely, the divided chamber is in the House, alterations to a handful of seats could tip the balance of power. So we'll see how this ultimately plays out. But this is the final say-so here. We'll get to this later with John Solomon and Greg Jarrett. James Comey turned himself in at a Virginia courthouse, indicted presidential, 8647 suspect James Comey decided not to wait until a squad car showed up at his house this morning to haul him off to police headquarters. He turned himself in at a Virginia courthouse.
I think it's in the saga of Eric the Red and the saga of
there's
Greenlanders.
no word as to whether he was immediately put in leg irons, which is what Comey, Chris Wray, and their FBI did to Trump advisor Peter Navarro. And anyway, Comey turned himself in. Federal authorities, Alexandria, Virginia. But I will tell you,
do we have a Comey?
I don't want to dismiss the importance of this, and I think it was
mugshot
a big
yet?
lie that Comey told. Isn't this interesting? Wasn't that the post that he put up or something to that effect? Isn't this interesting? 8647. The guy's a former FBI director. He knows exactly what he was posting on Instagram when he put that up. He knows exactly what it means. And, I have no idea what this means. I've none whatsoever. I don't know what it means. Yeah, you can put it up if you want to play it. Sure.
I don't know if you did this on purpose just to get attention here, but is this Instagram?
Instagram.
You grammed this. You were walking on the beach. What happened? You were walking on the beach and you saw this on the beach?
Yeah, my wife and I, Patrice, were walking on the beach and saw those numbers in shells on the beach. And
you didn't do this. Somebody else did this.
Yeah, somebody else did it. We were on a walk preparing for this week
to
roll out of my book.
Yeah.
She looked at it and said, why'd someone put their address in the sand?
All right.
And then we stood at it, looked at it, trying to figure out what it was. And she'd long been a server in restaurants. And she said, you know what I think it is?
Yeah.
I think it's a reference to restaurants when you would 86 something in a restaurant.
Right, it's off the menu.
Yeah. I said, no, I remember as a kid, you'd say 86 to get out of a place. This place stinks, let's 86 it.
I was a bartender. You would 86 a customer if they were getting drunk. Like, that's 86 and this, like, give them a low-proof alcohol or something like that. Yeah.
And so I said, I think it's a clever political message. And she said, you should take a picture of it. I said, sure. And then she said, you should Instagram that. And boom.
I don't believe that for a second.
I don't either. He did it
From
himself.
My own personal point of view, Mr. Higher Honor. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. So we're to believe that the term 86 somebody, 8647, Donald Trump being the president, that he had no earthly idea what that meant.
Well, they made Trump get a mugshot. He got a couple of them.
I just want to remind people this is not, that's the low-hanging fruit as it relates to Jim Comey, Mr. Higher Honor. It's not the stuff
he used it against him.
He's going to have to worry about.
Wall Street, we all know what it means.
Reporting today that the Iranian economy has descended into a death spiral. Iran's economy now in a full-blown collapse. They are reporting war has imposed a heavy cost on the Iranian economy. Widespread unemployment. We've talked about this. Half the workforce is out of work. 200% inflation rate. The currency is worth zero. Soaring food prices, prolonged internet shutdowns. It has slammed online businesses. The war now has thrown about 1 million people out of work, more than that, directly, another million indirectly, according to estimates cited by Iran's Labor and Social Affairs Ministry, which I don't believe. I think it's far worse than that, as others have estimated. The cost of living up, nearly double. Now, the president did make the comment. He's instructed aides to prepare for an extended blockade of Iran. But I am told that the president's patience on Iran is running very, very thin. And I would not at all be surprised if he brings back military strikes on top of the blockade, on top of the anticipated now they're running out of storage for their oil. What does that mean? That means their oil producing wells will have to be shut down. What does that mean? That means that
Takes a
whatever
year to get them
level of
going again
production
almost.
they may be at, if they reconstitute those wells in the future, at best you can hope for maybe 50 to 60% production rates of what it once was. Once you shut down a well, once you cap that well, experts have told me, and I've read it, extensively, that the production goes down significantly. But this is a republic that's been at war since its inception. But I think the combination of this blockade, what it's like for Iran's economy to be shut down, coupled with more military strikes, strategic ones, I think will be the end of it. But we'll see. But there's an interesting side note to all of this. OPEC and their stranglehold over the global economy is now finally coming apart at the seams, which I think is a good thing in the end. There was a good New York Post editorial about this today. And the efforts of the president, both home and abroad, the result will be freer markets, long-term lower energy prices, less debt for developing nations. And when on Tuesday, the United Arab Emirates, along with frustrated with OPEC's limits on their oil production, declared their intent to leave the consortium within days to be free to meet demand on their own terms. That's it. That's going to end up being great for consumers because the production and price of oil should be set by supply and demand. In other words, global demand, not the whims of people that are organizing so they can artificially increase the price of such. Now, OPEC began flexing their muscles after the Yom Kippur War. That was 1973 when it refused to sell oil to any nation that supported Israel. And the ensuing oil shock saw prices triple. I mean, Linda, you don't remember this, but I was growing up. I mean, during the Carter years, we had to wait in line just to be able to fill up our car. It was terrible. It was awful.
It was like what we did with toilet paper during COVID. Same thing.
No, that's what you did with toilet paper.
I didn't do that. No. I didn't lose my mind.
I had connections. I got all the toilet paper I wanted during COVID. Everything I needed. Everything I wanted. Just so happened my father knew a gas station owner, and this guy blockaded an area where you could just sneak your car in, fill up your gas tank, and get out of there. And he only used it for his regular customers, which was a pretty cool thing for us. We didn't have to wait on those long lines. People would wait online, and they'd be, at most allowed to, put $5 worth of gas in their car. I mean, oh God, who would ever want to go back to those days? Thank God I have my Tesla, just in case. I got a gas car and I got an electric car. The electric car goes much faster than the gas-powered car. So we'll see what happens. Obama's gaffe about the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter, Cole Allen, is the latest in the former president's legacy of lies. And anyway, his post-presidency has kind of been a bit of a disaster. Do you read all the stories online about him and Michelle and the kids? I mean, it doesn't sound like the greatest emerging image picture that you would expect. But anyway, we haven't got the details of the motives behind the shooter, he said, began Obama's, Sunday evening statement about the gunman. He said, except by the time Obama got around to acknowledging the attack, the entire world knew why Cole Thomas Allen had attempted to storm that ballroom where President Trump and much of the administration were breaking bread with the Vote Fourth Estate, meaning the liberal legacy media mob. And anyway, I am no longer willing to permit, and he goes on and attacking President Trump in his manifesto, et cetera. He's getting hammered because of what he said. James Carville, he can't be the Antichrist. He's too dumb. An Antichrist would be smarter. I can see that the left has really calmed down their rhetoric in light of what happened Saturday night. That didn't take long at all. Can't make that up either. The FBI has raided over 20 locations in Minnesota as the DOJ's investigation into Somali welfare fraud has now hit the ground running. I'll give you details on that coming up. All right, 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. All things Simple Man Bill O'Reilly. We have Greg Jarrett, John Solomon today, and much more. Look, everybody needs a home security system. You want one that is proactive, not reactive. Reactive is Mr. and Mrs. Smith, somebody broke into your home. That's a reactive system. Too little, too late. And the beauty of Simply Safe Home Security is you get to customize your entire system. You can do it on their website. It only takes minutes. And just a couple of days later, your equipment will arrive at the door. They have an app-guided setup. It makes it simple, fast, and easy. There's no drilling. There's no stress. There's no waiting around for a service technician. And every single part of your property can be protected. It's comprehensive protection. Now, they have AI security cameras. They also have an ecosystem of sensors inside and outside of your property. The minute somebody steps onto your property, a 24/7 live monitoring agent for about $1 a day will be able to talk to them in real time, be able to turn on spotlights in real time, call you in real time, call the police in real time. And again, affordable pricing, 24/7. Right now, you'll get 50% off your uniquely designed Simply Safe home security system. You go to simplysafe.com/Hannity. That's simplysafe.com/Hannity. And that is called proactive security. Before anyone gets near a door or window, you have live agents that will be able to talk to them and monitor. And God forbid you have a fire or flood, Simply Safe agents, they'll be ready to take action. Anyway, 50% off simplysafe.com/Hannity. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
When fake news gives you lies, Hannity supplies the truth. Sean Hannity is on right now.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. He was in great health. It's out of nowhere, had a stroke. And super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. So even after he passed away, he was still able to provide for my mom. And of course, by extension, my brother and I. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife, and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com. Because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. 10 minutes. You're covered. Your family is covered. You get $2 million in coverage for $2 a day. That's a 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. We don't like to talk about death in our culture, but everyone's going to die. You are going to die. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Slater. Rates may vary, billed monthly. Ethos.com/Slater.
Out here, every mile matters, so every mile count. Diesel fuel is the lifeblood of your engine, and the cleaner it is, the better your truck performs. That's why there's Howe's Diesel Defender. It removes water, boosts lubricity, and cleans your entire fuel system, helping you burn fuel more efficiently and squeeze every ounce of power from every drop. Used at every fill-up, Defender means more efficiency, better performance, cleaner fuel. If you're counting miles, count on Diesel Defender from Howe's.
AI is the next frontier of business transformation. But do you really want trendy AI features in your mission-critical business systems? You need AI that works for you from a vendor you can trust. Acumatica's approach to AI is different by design. Unlike other vendors who simply add generic AI capabilities onto existing features, Acumatica uses AI to solve real business problems. Our AI-first approach builds new innovations into your processes through practical features that enable you to make better decisions through AI-powered insights, to enhance productivity with intuitive AI assistance, and to transform processes with intelligent automation, all while minimizing risk and ensuring your data remains private, secure, and in your control. Over 10,000 companies trust Acumatica to help them achieve their boldest ambitions. Visit Acumatica.com to discover how you get AI that works for you. Acumatica, building the future of business together.
You hear it over and over. Where did my money go? With every headline about tariffs and global trade or the Fed rate, markets plunge, bonds wobble, and suddenly your retirement may feel like a house of cards. While crypto and precious metals are a roller coaster of panic and FOMO. If you're near or in retirement, you don't have years to wait. You deserve answers now. At Allied Elite Financial, we want to send you 2 free books that cut through the noise. First, Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers. Plain spoken steps to protect your income. And the Annuity Rate Report, showing showing you how retirees found up to 33% more income. 2 free books, no cost, no obligation. These aren't sales brochures. They're the tools to stop the guessing and start protecting your future now the way millions do, with reliable income, not guesswork and uncertainty. Don't wait for the next scary headline. Call Allied Elite Financial now for your 2 free books.
That's okay. I'm just resetting up laptop for someone else.
800-212-4411.
Will do.
Looking for a great real estate agent to help sell your home for top dollar? Go to ready.com. On Ready, agents will pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Just give us your address and the best agents compete on Ready to be your agent with cash up front just to win your business. Your listing is valuable. Don't give it away. Make those agents earn it. Get paid to pick an agent. Go to ready.com or call 888-880-REDY. They're pounding on the door. They're calling on the phone. They're threatening to close your business. If debt has your business on the brink, call Ray Reynolds, the godfather of credit. For over 40 years, Ray Reynolds has helped thousands of customers get millions in cash credit. It's no wonder why they call Ray the godfather of credit. He may even be able to raise your score above 750 before the end of the year. You could even get a new personal or business credit line up to $50,000 within days.
Yeah, he's the transportation person. He drives, picks up new clients, takes discharges to their next facility. I doubt it. I doubt I'll have time because I have to go to Costco when I'm done here. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it was going to. It's been stuck at 62% forever. I think she's got so much garbage on this computer, though. It's going to take it a minute to wipe out.
800-938-7286.
I'm just going to slide this up here. Just playing on my phone while I'm sitting here with you, listening to Hannity.
Raiding more than 20 locations in Minneapolis today in connection with the ongoing fraud investigations. The raids said to be largely impacting the Somali-linked businesses. Today, the FBI with federal, state, local law enforcement involved in court-authorized law enforcement activity, part of an ongoing fraud investigation.
We usually try to hit Reds every Monday, and then Thursday we try to meet at a different place. But if I have to go to Cleveland tomorrow, that's not happening. But then Friday is
all of this.
Me and the wife's anniversary, so
he said he was putting.
I don't want to really be out of town for that.
I was working with state officials. No, they're doing this in spite of him. The FBI Director Kash Patel actually called him out on this. He writes, "Come again after Walls claimed it that Tuesday's raids happened because of his state agencies." No, not true.
Gas prices are killing your budget. Groceries cost more than ever, and your credit card debt just keeps on growing. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, DebtBlue
I'm gonna go throw something away. I'll be right back.
DebtBlue is now notifying consumers about debt relief options that could eliminate a large portion of your credit card debt. No bankruptcy, no consolidation loans. You may only pay back a fraction of what you owe. Even with bad credit, DebtBlue has already helped hundreds of thousands of Americans break free from crushing debt. So whether you owe $10,000 or $100,000, relief may be available right now. But you must act every day you wait. The interest grows. Call DebtBlue right now at 800-200-2603. That's 800-200-2603. Find out in the first free call how much you could save. Call 800-200-2603. That's 800-200-2603. 800-200-2603.
Hi, I'm Joe Perillo with JoePerillo.com. The Perillo Collision staff are trained and insured to repair Bentleys, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghinis, or any other high-end luxury vehicles. We service accidents from all over the country. Maintain your luxury vehicle's warranty with our professional team. Visit JoePerillo.com. That's JoePerillo.com. That's JoePerillo. And click on Perillo Collision or call us at 312-BMW-1111.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4181. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4181. That's 800-575-4181. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Larry over here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain has started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten. End of quote. These are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do for you. I've told you about my buddy Tom, an avid golfer out on the green almost every single day. He says without Relief Factor, he wouldn't be able to swing freely because of shoulder pain or back pain. But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable, and confident in his swing. He is a scratch golfer. That's why I encourage you to try Relief Factor yourself and see what it can do for you. Don't wait. If you're dealing with daily pain, launch your 3-week quick start and see what Relief Factor can do for you. 800-4-RELIEF, 800-4-RELIEF, or go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. How would it feel to be out of pain? 800-4-RELIEF, ReliefFactor.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended.
Oh, thank you for the happy anniversary. What happened here?
They already have a plan, and they've already stated it publicly that there is a plan to impeach Donald Trump on day one in the House of Representatives if, in fact, they get power. If, in fact, they ever got the House, the Senate, and the White House. James Carville has said the quiet part out loud, and that is that they will make D.C. a state, Puerto Rico a state, and they'll pack the U.S. Supreme Court. And I can promise you this, if you think weaponization during the Biden years was bad, during the years leading up to Donald Trump being president was bad, it's going to be that on steroids and human growth hormone. So, we'll see what happens. By the way, I don't know if you noticed this, Linda. I'm sure you'll find this very interesting. The North Carolina Board of Elections identified 34,000 dead people on the state's voter rolls following a comprehensive data comparison with a federal database. 34,000 dead people. Anyway, they submitted 7.3 million voter records to the federal systematic alien verification entitlements database, and that's what they found. I mean, this goes to the heart. Why don't Democrats want voter integrity? Why did they not want the SAVE Act? Why don't they want proof of citizenship? Why don't they want voter ID? Why don't they want signature verification? Why don't they want chain of custody controls for people that send in mail-in ballots? Why don't they want updated voter rolls? Why don't they want partisan observers in every precinct in the country as people vote all day? Why don't they want paper ballots? Why do they want widespread early voting? I mean, you don't even know what the issues might be if you're voting a month before the election. They don't want it because that in their minds, they think that won't give them the greatest opportunity to cheat. It's that simple. The Agriculture Secretary, Brooke Rollins, identified 14,000 food stamp recipients who were driving luxury cars. Linda, you're going to love this. I've never wanted a Bentley. Do you like Bentleys? I don't like Bentleys. I think it's too pretentious.
100%.
Okay, so what they found, 14,000 individuals that have SNAP benefits driving, 3 of them were found driving Bentleys, 3 had Ferraris, 11 had Lamborghinis, 59 had Maseratis, 141 had a Porsche, 244 Alfa Romeos, 306 Land Rovers, and 2,098.
And I bet they all work very hard in the existing hospice centers that are currently located in burrito stands and in Ilhan Omar's restaurant.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you really believe?
Mm-hmm, I sure do.
By the way, London's real estate market. Did you see me with Piers Morgan last night by any chance?
I did.
What did you think?
I think that you and he have a very interesting, almost brotherly,
I'm not hiding.
My truck is bigger than your truck. You guys are friendly, but you go at it.
Well, I mean, I did call him out on Neville Chamberlain's Starmer. I think the fact, and he did acknowledge that I was right.
I don't think anybody likes Starmer. I don't think Starmer's family likes Starmer. He's awful.
What, does Macron's family like Macron?
Oh my God, Macron doesn't like Macron.
I don't think Macron. We are watching the death of a continent before our very eyes. And I'll be honest, my hope and optimism doesn't exist that they could actually step up and solve the major issues that they have.
Well, look at everybody who showed up in our own Congress yesterday. They showed up to see the king, but they won't show up to pass the SAVE Act. It's funny how they can make time for one thing and not the other.
And by the way, why were Democrats so giddy to see a king? I thought there were no king's people.
Exactly.
What's our favorite pasta sauce?
Silver palate pasta sauce. I bet you Chucky never had that before.
Okay, there's no such thing as sauce. It's silver palate pasta sauce from the people that brought you Grainberry cereal, Grainberry pancake mix, and they got an incredible line of pasta sauces. And by the way, you can stop buying big names. If you're looking for health, wellness, fitness, nutrition, longevity, what you put in your body means everything. And you can start with silver palate pasta sauce. Now, it's rich, it's classic, it's made with San Marzano and California tomatoes, extra virgin olive oil, no added sugar. And you can find it at your grocery store, your local Whole Foods store. They've got new flavors straight from Italy. They've got Cucina Antica with their fresh, balanced flavor. They have Organico Bello made with 100%.
No, it's finally up to 86%.
You're just not going to get this from big brand names. You're not.
Things are happening.
So when you go shopping, the official foods of the Sean Hannity Show, silver palate pasta sauce and Grainberry cereal, and you're going to love the taste, and it's healthier for you.
Don't get a heel.
Sean Hannity.
We planned our investments well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
Don't they know they're sitting on a gold mine?
Nope, they don't know that if you want a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Don't lapse or surrender your policy before finding out what it's worth. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-9200 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-9200. Call now. In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Are you a small business owner struggling with cash flow issues? Look no further than AmeriFactors, a trusted partner in business funding. With AmeriFactors, you can turn your unpaid invoices into fast cash. Say goodbye to long payment cycles and hello to quick and easy funding options, even with less than perfect credit, including bankruptcies. If you need working capital to make payroll, buy inventory, or to expand your business, AmeriFactors has got you covered.
Up to 91% now. Well, this is just the preparing part. Then it starts to wipe it and reinstall Windows.
You can focus on what you do best.
She had so much shit on here.
They take care of providing cash flow and accounts receivable management. Their team of experts are dedicated to providing personalized solutions focused on the success of your business. Fuel your business growth with AmeriFactors. Call AmeriFactors today. 800-884-FUND. That's 800-884-3863. Or visit AmeriFactors.com.
Tour Edge Golf has launched their all-new Exotic Series drivers, offering explosive distance driven by industry-leading MOI, guaranteeing more accuracy and confidence off the tee. Designed with full carbon construction and pyramid face technology to achieve maximum distance, power, and forgiveness, the low-spin Exotics LS, the ultra-forgiving Exotics Max, and the speed-inducing Exotics Light drivers deliver performance above all else. 3 distinct designs, 1 uncompromising Exotic standard. Learn more about the Exotic Series at touredge.com.
This is Dr. Dino Prado, founder of inVita Medical Centers. Every day, patients lose their lives, not just to cancer, but to the delays in the system. The latest treatments often take
100% should be rebooting pretty soon then.
At inVita, we refuse to wait. Our destination center brings the best technologies from around the world with personalized care to help our patients, because care delayed is care denied. Every patient deserves the right to fight. inVita Medical Centers, we're here for you. envita.com.
Have you been thinking about what to do with the jewelry, diamonds, and watches you don't wear anymore? Maybe it's time to turn your old Rolex or Cartier bracelet into money you can use right now. At Worthy, we make selling your unwanted jewelry, diamonds, and watches easy and rewarding with our secure online auction. When you sell with Worthy, your items are fully insured, professionally graded, and auctioned to a network of over 1,000 professional buyers. You're in complete control, and once your item sells, you'll be paid fast. If it doesn't sell, we return it to you free of charge. With thousands of 5-star reviews and features in publications like the New York Times and Forbes, we've already helped over 80,000 clients get the most for their jewelry. At Worthy, we succeed when you do because we share the same goal, to maximize your earnings. For a limited time, SiriusXM listeners can get an extra $100 when your item sells for over $1,500 when you sign up at worthy.com/offer. Again, that's worthy.com/OFFER. Worthy.com/offer.
This is SiriusXM Patriot Channel 125.
We have a lot of ground to cover today. We'll check in with all things Simple Man, Bill O'Reilly, also Greg Jarrett, and John Solomon will join us. 8647. I have no idea. Well, it's a lovely little, arrangement in the sand, and my wife suggested that I put it on Instagram, but I didn't think anything of it. Former FBI director, a Mr. Higher Honor, no idea 8647 might mean kill the president. I have no idea. I have no clue at all. We'll continue.
Investors and stock traders, listen up. Remember me? Dutch Masters from Carnivore Trading here. You've seen me on Fox Business as an expert trader for several years. Hey, to achieve 20, 30, or 50% annual returns in your growth portfolio, you have got to know the right sectors and stocks to be in. Carnivore's short-term trading account has turned in triple-digit returns year after year. That's right, over 100% a year consistently. Our members simply trade our instant trade alerts in real time right alongside us. And now, with Carnivore Trading's new Direct Access program, we are live streaming direct from the Carnivore Trading desk to your phone or desktop. This is how trading services should be. Stop listening to people that don't make you money. Start trading with winners. Go to carnivoretrading.com. That's carnivoretrading.com. And start trading with the Lions of Wall Street.
Carnivore Trading is not a registered investment advisor, gives no investment advice, makes no guarantees, and does not manage your money. Historical performance is no guarantee of future results. The stock market involves risks, so invest wisely.
Got a backyard project or fun to tame? For over 50 years, VP Racing Fuels has dominated racetracks around the world. Did you know your trimmer, chainsaw, or blower is a little air-cooled race engine, making VP Racing Fuels the logical choice to fuel it? Our specially formulated fuels promote smooth first starts and longer-performing engine life. Available now at all your local retailers. Don't let low-quality fuels stall your weekend. When it matters most, choose VP Racing Small Engine Fuels.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value for your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Freedom never gets old. Celebrating America 250, Sirius XM Patriot.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The GOP-controlled Florida legislature has passed a new set of Republican-favored congressional lines proposed by Governor Ron DeSantis. A big victory for Republicans seeking to fast-track new House map as the midterms approach. Federal Reserve Board Chairman Jerome Powell says he's not leaving the board next month.
After my term as chair ends on May 15, I will continue to serve as a governor for a period of time to be determined. I plan to keep a low profile as a governor. There's only ever one chair of the Federal Reserve Board. When Kevin Warsh is confirmed and sworn in, he will be that chair.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth faces questions from Congress on the Iran war. During a House Armed Services Committee hearing, Pennsylvania Congresswoman Democrat Chrissy Houlihan asking Hegseth how much longer and more expensive the war will become.
How many more months, just order of magnitude, do you think that you're going to need to be able to conclude operations successfully? And how many more billions of dollars do you think you're going to ask this body for?
Well, as you know, and as the president has stated, you would never tell your adversary.
And Hegseth took issue with the comments by California Congressman John Garamendi.
What are you cheering for here? Who are you pulling for? Our troops are doing incredible work. They've done incredible things.
The Supreme Court has struck down Louisiana's second majority black congressional district. Here's White House correspondent Greg Clugston.
In a key voting rights decision, the court's action could open the door for Republican-led states to eliminate black and Latino electoral districts that tend to favor Democrats. Justice Samuel Alito, writing for the Six Conservatives, said Louisiana's map is an unconstitutional gerrymander. But Justice Elena Kagan, who wrote in a dissent for the three liberal justices, warned that the consequences are likely to be far-reaching and grave. Greg Clugston, Washington.
So instead of following the Constitution, let's go with your liberal heart.
Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
The United Arab Emirates is pulling out of OPEC, saying they'll forge their own path forward when it comes to oil production and sales.
This is a big blow for OPEC, which was formed decades earlier as a means to control the prices of crude oil on the international market by setting production targets. And the UAE was one of those countries that really chafed under those limits. The UAE says it will be able to set its own production levels. It says it will still be a responsible player within the market, but it also comes amid tensions with Saudi Arabia. This is all coming as the whole Middle East is still reeling from the Iran war.
That is correspondent John Gambrill. The Trump administration spending nearly $2 billion to get energy companies to walk away from U.S. offshore wind projects. One French company is getting $1 billion if it invests that money in fossil fuel projects instead. That's essentially a refund of its investment. More from townhall.com.
I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. He was in great health. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. And super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. So even after he passed away, he was still able to provide for my mom. And of course, by extension, my brother and I. This is why I have life insurance for my family.
It's reset once. Now we're up to 20%.
The best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. 10 minutes. You're covered. Your family is covered. You get $2 million in coverage for $2 a day. That's a 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. We don't like to talk about death in our culture, but everyone's going to die. You are going to die. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Slater. Rates may vary, billed monthly. Ethos.com/Slater.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
At LensSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lenseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
YouTube hates his theme song. Even though it's not the original artist, it sounds just like him.
We're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out.
Because there's still people in leadership at the Secret Service that were responsible for Butler. How does that happen? It was a failure.
Democrats pushing their colleagues to begin building the case against President Trump now in anticipation of a day one impeachment vote if they retake the House. If you become Speaker, is that your top priority?
Of course not.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
I may stop at 4 o'clock.
All right, Leonard Skinner, Simple Man. That can only mean one thing on this radio program. That is all things self-proclaimed Simple Man. That means all things Bill O'Reilly, all things Bill O'Reilly at BillO'Reilly.com. Mr. O'Reilly was there on Saturday night at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. How many of these dinners have you been to over the years, and why is it you don't see the wisdom of my perfect record, which is having never gone to one?
I've been to 5 of them. First one I took Donald Trump to. That started the whole fracas. The second as a...
You're taking credit now for Donald Trump's political career. I love that.
Well, I'm taking credit for having him sit there with me in front of Barack Obama, who then launched his monologue, as absolutely because I
real time when you were there and Obama did that.
It was like glass reaction, no facial reaction, because he knew everybody was looking at him.
are white. But I was in a very advantageous position at the back of the room. I had just come in, and so I heard the gunshots, and they were loud. And then everybody hit the floor when the Secret Service stormed in, and that was only about 30 seconds after the gunshots. But from my vantage point, and I had a good one, you would have had to, any shooter would have had to come down an escalator to get into the ballroom, and that were manned top and bottom by Secret Service and U.S. Marshals, so that would never happen. The guy had no chance to come close to President Trump.
We say that, but a lot of innocent people in that room could have gotten hurt, Bill, including yourself. And here's the problem I have. If you look at...
Trust me on this. I'm a seasoned reporter, as you know.
Oh, okay. But by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Bill is a seasoned reporter, as we all know.
Right.
Here's my observation, though. I don't care if it's Butler. I don't care if it's Trump International. I don't care if it's Saturday night. There are three common failures in each example. And that is they're not sweeping, securing, and holding the entire area where a president is going to be. You know, for example, Trump International, that's an area, known paparazzi around those golf holes, and paparazzi would hide in the bushes. They never swept the area, Bill, and the president was playing golf there that day. I met with Steve Witkoff that morning. I went to breakfast. He was asking me to play that day. An hour and a half later, I get a phone call that there was a shooting. If you look at Butler, how does a guy get on a roof 130 yards away from a president with a long rifle? If you look at this, the perimeter was far too close to the actual venue. We're not sweeping. We're not securing. We're not holding. The perimeter is not out far enough. And they didn't check everybody in that hotel to make sure they did not have a weapon. We are failing spectacularly, and it's the same thing every time. And there's only so many lives any one person or this country will have before a disaster strikes.
Well, let me tell your audience what I
just say it. Hannity's right. His analysis is dead on.
Okay. So the guy checks into the hotel a day before the event. All right. And he's got a bag, and he's got his armaments in the bag. And he goes up to his room, and he writes this stupid manifesto, whatever it is. Then he comes down a back stairway, not an elevator, and he gets into the lobby of the hotel, where there are 3,000 people checked into that hotel. There were 2,000 visitors to the ballroom, 3,000 in the hotel itself. That's just a lot of folks, 5,000. Now, when I got in there, I would say that security was a little bit light in the sense that they were trying to usher people down into the ballroom quickly. And that was the flaw. But this guy could never have gotten to the ballroom. And everybody should just understand that. Now, I'm not associating this with Butler or the...
Okay, Bill, stand back, though. What if there was 20 guys, Bill, rushing that ballroom? They might have gotten in the room. And if they would have gotten in the room, they would have been able to injure, hurt, kill a lot of people.
Yeah. If it were...
The perimeter was not far enough away. They did not sweep, secure, and hold. And it has to be a far greater distance than 60 or 70 yards. It just does.
Well, they're not going to have big events anymore, and I'm hoping this ballroom, which holds 1,700, and that's big enough for any presidential thing any president will want to have. I hope that goes through. There's no reason why it shouldn't go through. It's paid for by private funds. What are you doing here? This is, again, ridiculous politics. That would protect all presidents. So that's what will be the solution to this problem. But anyway, the guy, what we're waiting for is who shot whom. That's not vitally important, but it's a piece of information I don't have. And the guy will never see the light of day again. He'll never be out of the penitentiary again.
Yeah, well, tell that to John Hinckley, who's out free right now.
Yeah.
That shot Reagan.
Hinckley was a different cat than than this guy because Hinckley could barely speak. This guy writes out a manifesto. This guy wanted, and if you read the manifesto, all right, it takes exact sentences from the Hague meeting, exactly word for word. So,
well, it's a point that we've been making. I totally agree with you, but I think you're wrong in your analysis to assume that this guy may one day not be set free.
There's no way the guy's ever going to be out. And what about his family's lives are ruined too? So, and he had to know if he's walking around that hotel, say in the morning, he had to know there's no way he's going to get through. Had to.
All right, quick break. Right back more with Bill O'Reilly. All things O'Reilly at BillO'Reilly.com. And then your calls are coming up, 800-941-SEAN, if you want to be a part of the program as we continue. If you own a business, you know what it's like. Before you can even open the door to your business, you need this insurance, that insurance. You have to deal with this agent, that agent. I mean, it is absolutely worse than dealing with the healthcare industry. And I've got an answer for you. It's called supersure.com. And the best part is most people, you get an insurance policy, you think you're covered. How many of you listening to my voice right now know somebody that thought they were covered for one item, a particular item? They make a claim. Oh, you're not covered for that, because nobody ever reads the fine print. If you ever did read the fine print, you would find out you don't understand the fine print. Now, I spent hours with our friends at supersure.com. They showed me their AI software. They designed it themselves. And what they're offering all of you right now, they will take every one of your current policies. They'll put it through their AI software, and they will spit out in plain English exactly what's covered, what's not covered. They'll analyze what insurance you need, what you don't need. And you can deal with one agent, not 50 agents, and you can get back to doing what you do best, which is running your business. It is a super agency with the latest, greatest, best technology. And if you go to supersure.com, they'll do all of that for you for free and see if it's a fit for you. At supersure.com/Hannity today.
Paid for by Supershore Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
The Sean Hannity Show, a thermonuclear MMA assault on fake news. Hannity's on right now.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at insurancewarranty.com. This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2006 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. You could be one of millions of drivers that may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan, you pick your deductible, you even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included, and your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Get your vehicle protected now and save costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. Call 800-298-9534. 800-298-9534. That's 800-298-9534.
If watching TV has gotten way too complicated for you, then here's some good news. You can say goodbye to a million different subscriptions, wasting money and endless searching for something to watch. And say hello to Philo,
Back to work.
a better way to TV. Philo's the
Costco's close to the house, so yeah, it's about an hour away.
Easy and affordable.
We'll get there.
Sacrificing quality or the channels you love. With Philo, there's a package that's right for you. Whether you're looking for the best live TV on more than 70 channels, with a huge library of movies and shows, and an unlimited DVR, or you're looking to upgrade your experience with Philo's bundle, unlocking access to even more blockbuster films on top-rated shows on HBO Max Basic with ads, AMC Plus, and Discovery Plus. Whatever you choose, with Philo, you're getting great TV for an even better price. Find out more at philo.tv. That's PHILO.tv. Subscriptions auto-renew. Cancel anytime. See philo.tv for more.
Now it's going to pull updates. So.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell
Hurry
you
up
to be
and wait.
afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4181. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4181. That's 800-575-4181. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. At abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value for your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Truck drivers, maximize your miles and earn top pay as a team driver at Schneider. Schneider just raised its pay for team drivers and has the freight to keep you moving. More business with small package parcel shippers creates new opportunities with DC-to-DC drop and hook freight. The advantages don't stop there. Schneider's teams also enjoy the newest trucks with factory-installed power inverters and outlets, refrigerators, and memory foam mattresses. Join now and sign on
I did those updates fast. Okay.
Team may be available. Find your team driving job at SchneiderJobs.com.
Got a backyard project or lawn to tame? For over 50 years, VP Racing Fuels has dominated racetracks around the world. Did you know your trimmer, chainsaw, or blower is a little air-cooled race engine, making VP Racing Fuels the logical choice to fuel it? Our specially formulated fuels promote smooth first starts and longer-performing engine life. Available now at all your local retailers. Don't let low-quality fuels stall your weekend. When it matters most, choose VP Racing Small Engine Fuels.
This is Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125.
Back to updates. Okay.
All right, we continue. All things self-proclaimed simple man. That means all things Bill O'Reilly. All things Bill O'Reilly at BillO'Reilly.com. Let me move on. You've been critical of, I'm not sure what's supposed to be funny when you make both jokes about a dead president and a widowed first lady, which is what Jimmy Kimmel did. And I want to get your take on this. You've had some pretty harsh commentary about it.
It was a pretend roast. I said, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at her, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow, which obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not by any stretch of the definition a call to assassination, and they know that. I've been very vocal for many years speaking out against gun violence in particular, but I understand that the First Lady had a stressful experience over the weekend, and probably every weekend is pretty stressful in that house.
Right. It was a joke about a dead president and about a widowed first lady. I don't think that's a joke, Bill.
I don't think that even matters, because the record shows that Jimmy Kimmel is in business for one reason and one reason only. That is to hate the President of the United States. He is a hater. Now, if you had a conservative pundit host, all right? And he had a forum every night where he was going after Barack Obama or Joe Biden or any Democrat in the vitriolic way that Kimmel is. Disney would fire that person in 30 seconds. Okay, that would never, ever be permitted by anybody in the corporate media. All right, and I'm not using bad behavior to point to other bad behavior. I'm telling you, this is the reality of the situation. Kimmel is a hater. Okay, that's what he does. That's what he's in business to do. And everybody knows it. Yet Disney keeps him on the air when it would not keep others of a different political persuasion on the air. So you tell me.
No, Bill, I can tell you my entire life, there's been one effort after another effort after another effort. You know, because you've seen it, you've witnessed it, you've watched it, to silence me, to get me fired, to get me boycotted, to get me silenced. I've been through this for 3+ decades, as have you, Mr. O'Reilly.
Yes, and so because you and me are what they call primary sources of this kind of behavior, we understand it. And that's why...
Well, to be honest, I would never say that about Joe Biden or Barack Obama. As a matter of fact, when Barack Obama was president, I often said, we have got to protect our president. We've got to protect elected officials. It has nothing to do with politics. We've got to have... As a matter of fact, I got a clip of it, Mr. O'Reilly. Would you like me to prove it to you? Let me prove this to you.
We have 3 incidents. We have the fence jumper, made it much further into the White House, even past the stairs going up to the residence, which is scary. We have the second incident in 2011, 6 shots fired at the White House, and it took them 4 days to determine that they thought it had nothing related to do with the White House, which I disagree with. And then a guy with a gun got on an elevator with the President of the United States. ISIS, our enemies, are watching this. We got to protect our president.
I mean, you're talking about protecting the President of the United States of America, and it's just there's no room for error. You got to protect our president. That represents the free world. So they've got a very difficult job. They've got to almost be perfect. And anytime any incident happens, lately it's becoming pretty high profile. And if we're not protecting our president, we're not protecting our leaders, we've got a big problem. The rest of the world is watching this.
There is a minority in the progressive community, and Kimmel is part of that wants President Trump to be dead. They'll never admit it in a million years. But if he were killed tomorrow, they're not going to be lamenting anything. Okay? You know it and I know it. These are haters. I have a letter signed by Gavin Newsom as San Francisco mayor, demanding I be taken off the air. I'm going to put the letter in a column that I'll write on Sunday on BillO'Reilly.com. And now, of course, all the Democrats are going, oh, what are you doing asking for Kimmel to be taken off the air? And when he did that MAGA Charlie Kirk thing, I cut him some slack, Kimmel. I said that, everybody makes mistakes and this and that. I was wrong to do that. I should have identified.
Can you repeat this? Ladies and gentlemen, in the 50-year history of Bill O'Reilly being on the air, we just made more history. Can you please repeat that you were wrong?
I was wrong to do that because his resume as a hater is so overwhelming that I cut him slack when I shouldn't have. And Disney...
I'll tell you what I despise about him, too. And when he announced that his son was struggling with a health issue and he was crying on TV, I think almost any American with a heart or a conscience and a soul, they rallied to his side and wished him the best. They put politics aside. And I don't regret doing that myself. And this guy does not give an atom shift about the health of our president. And he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's saying. He feels omnipotent because he knows that ABC is scared to death of him. And unfortunately, he'll just keep doing it. He's not going to stop. Bill O'Reilly, all things O'Reilly at BillO'Reilly.com. Sir, we appreciate you being with us. Thank you. And have a great week. I know this is the highlight of your week. Thank you.
Don't you wish you were with me on Saturday night?
No, my record remains intact. In all the years I've been in media, I've never been to a single White House Correspondents' Dinner, and I will never shatter that record. Bill O'Reilly, appreciate you, man. Thank you. 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program.
Gas prices are killing your budget. Groceries cost more than ever, and your credit card debt just keeps on growing. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, DebtBlue has urgent news for you.
Mosquito in here.
DebtBlue is now notifying consumers about debt relief options that could eliminate a large portion of your credit card debt. No bankruptcy, no consolidation loan. You may only pay back a fraction of what you owe. Even with bad credit, DebtBlue has already helped hundreds of thousands of Americans break free from crushing debt. So whether you owe $10,000 or $100,000, relief may be available right now, but you must act every day you wait. The interest grows. Call DebtBlue right now at 800-200-2603. That's 800-200-2603. Find out in the first free call how much you could save. Call 800-200-2603. That's 800-200-2603. 800-200-2603.
I need to confess something. My friends think I'm the mastermind behind our golf trips. They thank me for the perfect courses, the hotels, the smooth planning, and I let them believe it. But the secret is, I don't plan any of it. Golf Breaks does. Their experts book the tee times, the rooms, the whole package. They find the best options and prices, and I just say yes and look like a hero. I should feel guilty, but I'm not stopping. Just don't tell my buddies. If you want a great golf trip without the work, go to golfbreaks.com and use code RADIO for up to $200 off your first golf trip.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. He was in great health. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. And super hard, obviously, for the whole family. But my dad had life insurance. So even after he passed away, he was still able to provide for my mom. And of course, by extension, my brother and I. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife, and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com. Because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test. Just a few health questions. 10 minutes. You're covered. Your family is covered. You get $2 million in coverage for $2 a day. That's a 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. We don't like to talk about death in our culture, but everyone's going to die. You are going to die. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Slater. Rates may vary, billed monthly. Ethos.com/Slater.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. But you know who does love me? Moms on Mother's Day. For all that your mom does, I know she doesn't want the same old last-minute card and flowers that die in a week. The same old dinner at the pickle garden. Nope. Get your mom or the mother of your children one of my beautiful 24-karat gold dip roses in exclusive colors just for her. A real rose dipped in pure 24-karat gold. Guaranteed to last a lifetime, just like your mom's love. My gold roses start at just $69. Ship for free.
Mark spots out and just let you know.
Put post or just put post-it notes where you want them and stuff.
Okay. Question: the smoker sections.
Okay.
There's outlets outside. Is that a bad idea?
No, we can put them up.
There's an awning right there.
Well, I would think I will probably move the. Hang on a second. Sure. Hello.
Hey Doc, sorry to bother you.
What's up?
The next time you come to Defiance, can you possibly bring a PC for me for my office? Because I was using my personal laptop, but I just had a client pour Pedialyte all in it. So
Well, I can bring you a laptop, but I can't. I don't have any desktops.
Oh, okay. Either way,
I thought you.
something.
You're the head tech. You should have gotten one a while ago.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even the head tech anymore. I'm the operations manager now.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. We'll get you one.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Your gift box with your own personalized.
Well, if you ever
Mother's Day
need
card.
one, just let me know.
Free shipping, free lifetime guarantee, free personalized Mother's Day card, and all in exclusive colors that you can only get at IHateStevenSinger.com. Start her bouquet of love now.
Well, I mean, you'll see them on camera touching it, so you'll know who did it.
Newtown, Bucks County, Steven Singer Jewelers. That's IHateStevenSinger.com.
I want to catch that door because we're going sneaking over there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if
Spring is a good time to reset.
The days get long and the sun gets brighter.
Yeah, I've got the adapters for it.
That start your day.
For
a lot of people, that starts with coffee.
Yeah, put them all on a list or whatever you want to do. All right.
I appreciate it.
No problem. Veterans who believe in discipline, service, and doing the things the right way from the beginning. If you want coffee that reflects those values, start with their Just Black roast. It's bold, straightforward coffee without gimmicks. Get whole beans if you grind fresh every morning. Ground for a dependable daily cup. Or grab K-Cup pods when you want something quick and efficient. No unnecessary flavors covering weak beans. Just strong American roasted coffee that does exactly what it's supposed to do. Fuel your day from beginning to end. You can find Black Rifle Coffee at Walmart, Kroger, your local grocery store, any Black Rifle coffee shops, or go to Black Rifle Coffee.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Have it delivered straight to your door. Black Rifle Coffee. Veteran founded, American roasted. This is America's coffee. Do you need emergency cash now? Then you need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com can help you get up to $5,000 fast. If you need cash for bills, car repairs, rent, a vacation, or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Millions of Americans have trusted WeFixMoney.com. Go to the site that you can trust. WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. This is Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125. Now that we made some money for our sponsors, let's go back to making the liberals crazy. The Handman is back on the radio right now.
All right, 25 now till the top of the hour. 800-941 Sean is our number if you want to be a part of the program. Look, some people struggling financially, and if you find yourself in that position and you're putting, even bare necessities on high interest credit cards, there is a way out if you are a homeowner. It's called the Smart Equity Loan. It's from our friends at AmericanFinancing.net. And the beauty is they are helping homeowners tap into the equity of their home, and you don't have to give up your 2, 3, 4% 30-year fixed rate mortgage. The average customer is saving over $800 a month. That's nearly $10,000 a year. Now, if you make a phone call, it's free. There's no obligation. There's zero pressure whatsoever, and they will let you know if they can help you. Call now, 866-615-9200. 866-615-9200, or just check them out on the web. It's AmericanFinancing.net/Hannity.
NMLS 182334, NMLS Consumer Access at org. APR for rates in the 5-star at 6.327% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 866-615-9200 for details about credit costs and terms, or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Hannity. Average savings based on borrowers who save $199.99.
Now, Linda, I don't know if you noticed what happened Saturday night. Almost immediately, after this incident took place in Washington at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Well, beyond the fact that I was talking to the president within 2 minutes of him arriving inside of the hold room, which was separate and apart, but it started to trend on X that this is staged. Now, where does this come from? This is why I tell people that when you are online, it is not a real world. It is a manufactured world. There are hundreds of millions of dollars being spent by outside entities to influence people on social media, especially young people. Especially, by the way, it's been targeted towards pushing anti-Semitism, but that's a separate issue for a separate day. But it was trending on X. That means a lot of people are buying the big lie. And then it gets pushed by people, quote, in the media, people that should know better, people that do know better, people that don't care about the truth. And, for example, here's Joy Reid and Rosie O'Donnell. Listen to what they say.
And then you've got this weird thing where it seems like the press was like maneuvered into a position for him to take this iconic photo. And this iconic photo happens, and it's like the media is being like pulled into place to go into. If there's an active shooting, everyone should be on the ground. It's just weird, and we're not allowed to ask those questions. Back when I was in mainstream media, these are questions we were not allowed to ask. It was made very clear: don't ask any questions, even though they're just odd things that keep happening around Trump. And we know that Viktor Orban allegedly, according to Washington Post reporting, there was a plot by the Russians to stage an assassination, fake assassination for Orban. So all of this throws in together. You're like, when something seems too perfect, people, they don't believe in it. And Donald Trump now again gets victimized by an alleged would-be assassin in front of the perfect witnesses, the press, who are literally the only people who can match Trump's energy when it comes to centering themselves. That's what we do in the press, right? Instead of, unless, of course, if it's a Palestinian journalist getting murdered in Gaza, then they don't center themselves at all. But they're now part of the story.
It's so good when you don't want to watch the news about fake assassination attempts or what they're calling an assassination attempt. Somebody decided it shouldn't be a high security event with everyone in the cabinet there, and the president and the vice president and the first lady and, Congress people.
Linda, I don't know how you feel about this. This is very disturbing. However, it is an opportunity to open people's eyes to exactly what I've been warning them about, and that is what you read online is often fake. It's often propaganda. It is often full of lies. It is not a real world. It's an artificial world. You have, different groups of people that are on it. You have the psychopaths that, are naked or in their underwear,
I'm almost
living
done.
in mommy and daddy's basement.
I'm hungry, but I'll have a hot dog at Costco, I think.
Then you've got the people, the influencers that are being paid by outside entities, likely through shell companies, and they're paid to push an agenda. That is another part of this. Then you just have crazy people that will push any lie, any conspiracy theory, because they just enjoy it. They don't care about truth. So, none of this surprises me, but I hope people wake up to the fact that what they're reading online is often a lie.
Well, I think yesterday we took a minute and we played Johnny Carson following the attempted assassination of President Reagan. And the difference was beyond palpable. It was so shocking when I saw that over the weekend, people putting up the difference between the reactions from our media, especially our late night media, versus what it was during Johnny Carson. And I have no idea if Johnny Carson was a Republican, a Democrat, or somewhere in between. But he was, reverent to the office.
Played this before.
Of the
Johnny
president.
just said, "I'm here to make people laugh. This is for kicks and giggles." Jay Leno said the same thing. Even Conan O'Brien has said the same thing. And these late night comics that aren't funny, that are failing spectacularly, that have lost massive amounts of their audience, it is simply, that people have simply left them because they're so political.
What was funny, Sean, was Colbert, before he was a late night talk show host, when he pretended to be a late night talk show host on Comedy Central, he was actually funny. Then he was funny.
Funnier. I mean, funny is a relative term, isn't it?
I guess, but dang, I mean, now it's just like vitriolic every night. And I think if we were being honest, and if they could be honest for 10 whole seconds, if anybody ever dared to say that the Obamas or the Clintons or the Bidens or Kamala Harris or anybody that served in any cabinet, any administration, if they went through something like this on the left and we questioned it, they would have, I mean, it would be national news coverage back to back, wall to wall, about how disgusting and horrible we were to those people. And yet they're doing it and it's fine. It's accepted. Even look at how, the Charlie Kirk thing. They don't care. The things that people work, they don't care. They don't care that he's got a widow, that he's got 2 small children. They don't care. I'm glad he's dead. He deserved it. Why did he deserve it? Because you didn't agree with him? It's a weird time.
Very, very odd. Assassination culture, sadly, is growing. Kip in Texas. God bless Texas. Kip, how are you? Glad you called, sir.
Oh, Sean, thank you very much for taking my call.
What's going on?
Well, I'm frustrated. There's a lot of issues going on, and Democrats seem to be getting away with it. And Newsom, I mean, I can go on. Newsom, the rhetoric that's going on, the assassinations, everything, and no one seems to be getting in prison or arrested. I mean, the Democratic Party in general, not so much the people.
Well, I don't know. Why would you want to arrest Newsom? Is there one particular reason why? I mean, we know he's incompetent. We know he's a no-show governor. We know he's a full-time podcaster, author, world traveler, Trump stalker, half Hannity stalker. And he's a horrible governor. But, beyond that, I mean, I think he's doing perfectly well.
Yeah, I just think the things they say is warranted for some kind of backlash or something. I don't know, but
I don't want a backlash. You know what? The people of California now will have an opportunity. And if I had to guess, the odds of Steve Hilton having an opportunity based on their little Dongo primary system out there in California, I think maybe the top 2 vote getters will be Republicans. And if that happens, I believe that Steve Hilton's odds of being the next governor would be very high. I think that would be great for California. However, I would caution him as a friend that his ability to get a lot done will be mitigated by the fact that he's got a state assembly and state lunatics that he will have to deal with, and getting anything past them is going to be pretty hard to do.
For sure. Yeah, I grew up in California. I moved to Texas in 2006, and now I'm a Texan, but California is just a shambles.
It's finished. That's why people are leaving in droves. And they have this referendum coming up in November. Apparently they have enough votes for it, according to what I read this week. And that means that retroactively, if you lived in the state in January and you are successful and you have $1 billion company, they're going to steal 5% of your money on top of all of the money you've already paid in tax.
That's incredible.
Yeah, pretty incredible. Anyway, my friend, appreciate you. 800-941-SEAN is our number if you want to be a part of the program. All right, let's go to Dave. He is in the United Marxist Utopia of Gavin Newsom's California. Dave, how are you? Glad you called, sir.
Thank you, Sean. Just trying to keep a roof over my head. I tell you, Sean, I had to call because this hateful rhetoric that's coming from the left, it's beyond the pale. And what I've been hearing, it's downright hellacious. And there's got to be a limit to what these politicians and public figures can say about our president in public, to besmirch the man and try to kick the legs out from under him and basically, incite violence.
Well, if they're inciting violence, that would go against the law, and they're a little bit more clever than that. But it is the never-ending, 24/7 wash, rinse, repeat loop of hating Donald Trump, and they're addicted to it. And it really is a syndrome, Trump derangement syndrome. and they wake up every morning. They cannot help themselves. They're like drug addicts. They need a fix, and they need something to hate him for. And if there's nothing to hate him for that day, they'll just make it up. And, you know, honestly, what it's going to take is for Americans to wake up and realize this is not a party that has ideas. It's a party that has been extraordinarily radicalized, and it is a party that will do great damage to the country if they ever get in power. And people are going to have to make that decision.
I did.
It's why.
Too. You're the reason I became a Republican, and I just love your straightforward, no-nonsense approach to all these topical issues. What I would love to see is these people like Hakeem Jeffries and Chucky Schumer and on down the line, let's have them stand before a Senate panel and explain to the panel and to the American public via C-SPAN why they think what they've been saying is okay. I'd love to hear it.
Well, you're asking them to do something they'll never have to do. And I think I have a better plan, and that is win elections. You do not have power, you do not have control if you do not win elections. We're about to, head into a midterm election cycle. And there's a lot that's going to happen, and we talked about this with Mark Halpern yesterday, between now and Election Day. And I would argue the events that will define this midterm have not happened yet. We have to see how Iran plays out. We have to see how the economy recovers, gas prices recover. But I do think the president did lay the foundation for a very strong economy. And if we have enough runway post-Iran, and Iran will come to an end, it's not going to be a forever war, I think we'll be in good shape. Anyway, I appreciate the call, my friend Dave in California. Not sure why you're still living out there, but we appreciate you. All right, quick break, right back. More of your calls coming up. 800-941-SEAN, our number if you want to be a part of the program as we continue. America with the absolute truth. How has the left's agenda worked out for you? John Hannity is on right now.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at insurancewarranty.com. This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2006 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. You could be one of millions of drivers that may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan, you pick your deductible, you even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included, and your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Get your vehicle protected now and save costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. Call 800-298-9534. 800-298-9534. That's 800-298-9534.
He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security.
That bill was killed a long time ago. I don't know why this commercial. I don't like this commercial. I think I've said it before.
And liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
You know how those instant life insurance quotes work, right? Answer some questions online and bam, you've got a price. It's simple, except you have no idea how that algorithm came up with that life insurance rate. And research shows those companies can really overcharge. At AccuQuote, we don't hide behind algorithms, and our 40 years of expertise can save you up to 50% on your life insurance. Visit AccuQuote.com, that's ACCUquote.com, and discover up to a 50% difference in pricing for yourself. Visit AccuQuote.com.
Business owners, tired of slow banks, piles of paperwork, and credit-based loan denials? At Signet Capital Group, funding is based on your revenue, not your credit score. No red tape, no waiting weeks, just fast access to capital with real people who understand small business. You need to be in business at least 1 year and averaging $50,000 a month or more. Get started at SignetCapitalGroup.com. No cost, no obligation. That's SIGNET capitalgroup.com. SignetCapitalGroup.com.
You've worked hard for your money. Now let it work hard for you. RJM Group and Company has been helping families grow their wealth for over 30 years, right here in South Florida. Imagine an investment as steady as a CD account, but earning returns from 7% to 20%, guaranteed every month or every year. With contracts from 1 to 5 years, RJM puts you in control. No gambling, no guessing. Just smart, secure growth backed by real estate expertise you can trust. If you've been waiting for the right way to invest, call RJM Group and Company now at 1-888-775-3002. That's 1-888-775-3002. That's 1-888-775-3002. RJM Group. Trusted, proven, built for your future.
Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely. Looking for a great real estate agent to help sell your home for top dollar? Go to Ready.com. On Ready, agents will pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Just give us your address and the best agents compete on Ready to be your agent with cash up front just to win your business. Your listing is valuable. Don't give it away. Make those agents earn it. Get paid to pick an agent. Go to Ready.com or call 888-880-REDY.
Patriot Channel 125 and on the Sirius XM app.
All right, let's get back to our busy phones. 800-941-SEAN if you want to join us. Kevin in Maryland next on the Sean Hannity Show. Hi.
Hi, thank you for taking my call.
What's going on? Thank you for calling.
A quick question regarding Iran and its oil. What are your thoughts on possibly of Iran dumping their stored oil into the Gulf so they don't have to shut down their existing oil wells?
Well, there obviously would be massive ramifications environmentally, and I'm not sure that any country in the region would tolerate it. I think at that point, any remaining regime would probably, there would be worldwide consensus to take it out, because now they're destroying the entire environment, the economy of so many different countries. It's a matter of how far they want to go. Now, with all that said, these are people that have no problem strapping bombs on their own children, promising them virgins in heaven if they kill innocent men, women, and children. So, I mean, I guess anything's possible, right?
Yep. Concerned. I mean, they're desperate, so it wouldn't shock me, I guess.
Yeah, nothing they would do would shock me. I mean, that's the problem. But no, it's sad because you would think that Americans would join together wanting the best economy, the best national security, but these are people that want open borders. These are people that want sanctuary cities and states. These are people that would take your money and pay for taxpayer-funded sex change operations and free college tuition for illegals. These are the people that won't fund the Department of Homeland Security. These are the people that would dismantle, defund, and reimagine your police departments. These are people that want higher taxes, not lower taxes. So, I don't think the differences, the distinctions have been any greater than they are now. Anyway, Kevin, Maryland, appreciate you, man. God bless you. 800-941-SEAN is our number if you want to be part of the program. Look, there are many instances where you've got to consider, and you have to have a personal safety security strategy to protect yourself, your family, and in some cases, only lethal force will do. But according to the FBI, that is less than 0.01% of all altercations that require that response. And we all have that safety plan. But now with new technology, byrna.com, there is non-lethal self-defense that is being adopted by the top professionals in government agencies, over 500 of them, police departments, private security firms. And that's this technology. Look at the videos online. You will see for yourself how effective this technology is. And the beauty of byrna.com is you don't need a permit. You don't need a background check. It's legal in all 50 states. And it has powerful deterrence, tear gas, pepper spray, kinetic rounds. You can hit a target 60 feet away. And don't forget, every single launcher is hand assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Now, if you want to conceal carry without unnecessary attention drawn to you, they have their compact launcher, the smallest to date. It's 4 inches long, 2 smartphones thick. And don't forget, by the way, Mother's Day is upon us. It's a great gift to give mom, the gift of safety and protection. And with the tax refund coming your way, well, maybe this is an investment in your safety and your protection and your family's safety and protection. Anyway, check out this technology. Look at their videos online. It's byrna.com. They are offering $100 off the Burner LE Gen 2 and use burner.com to secure, all of this while supplies last. byrna.com today.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-278-1120. 800-278-1120. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-278-1120.
Every business is asking the same question. How do we make AI work for us? The possibilities are endless, and guessing is too risky. But sitting on the sidelines is not an option, because one thing is almost certain. Your competitors are already making their move. No more waiting. With NetSuite by Oracle, you can put AI to work today. NetSuite is the #1 AI cloud ERP, trusted by over 43,000 businesses. It's the unified suite that brings your financials, inventory, commerce, HR, and CRM into a single source of truth. That connected data is what makes your AI smarter. So it doesn't just guess, it knows. And you've got total flexibility, because now with NetSuite AI Connector, you can use the AI of your choice to connect to your actual business data and ask every question you ever had, from key customers to cash on hand to inventory trends. Plus, automate those tiresome manual processes. Let's see your competitors do that. Right now, get the business guide Demystifying AI free at netsuite.com/stocks. That's netsuite.com/stocks.
That tubes are working before we jump into things, especially when we're on the road and we are in a new location. We'll be back in our home base tomorrow, and it looks like we're live. That's tremendous news. That means we can get started. So let's do it, shall we? Starting right here. Major Supreme Court victory that ends racial gerrymandering. The idea that you would carve up a state and you'd group people based on their race in order to give them specific districts feels almost like racism, because it is. That's what the Supreme Court decided today in a 6-3 decision handed down by Judge Alito. The case here is Louisiana versus Philip Calais. I think it's French or something. And of course, we're going to go through it and see what it says, break down the legal arguments, and take a look at what both sides are saying here. But 6-3 is a nice one. That's going to mean it's the conservative appointed judges in the majority, the 3 dissenters in the minority, and they're very furious about this. And just to show you how significant this is, we have this post from Nancy Pelosi. She shared today that this is fatal. This is going to be basically the end of, I guess, their power. She said, today, the Supreme Court has dealt a devastating new blow, which means nice, to the Voting Rights Act and against the sacred right to vote, which it doesn't at all, as we'll explain. The consequences will be felt across the country. Fewer voices heard, she says, fewer communities represented, and a democracy diminished. She says Congress must urgently pass another Voting Rights Act amendment to restore the full strength of this before this latest blow becomes fatal. That's from Nancy Pelosi. And she's joined by a bunch of the other Democrat leftists who are calling this the end of voting in America, even though it's nothing of the sort, of course. We have Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave us a very nice high-level breakdown. So before we dive into the opinion, let's make sure we understand our orientation and then zoom into it, because it is a technical decision from Alito. He walks us through the history of the Voting Rights Act, the 15th Amendment, and the procedural history on this one's kind of complicated because we have maps that are approved and then someone sues and then the maps are reversed and then someone else sues. And so basically nobody was happy with the maps. But here's the breakdown. Eric Schmidt shared, Louisiana versus Calais is a redistricting earthquake. He's a senator out from Missouri. He said each district drawn that used race is now unconstitutional. So the idea would be you'd want to put all of, in this case, the black people together, and then they would get their own district. So a majority minority district where the majority of the people are from a minority group. He says Section 2 now of the Voting Rights Act can be used to challenge those districts. So originally the idea was you could draw or had to draw majority minority districts in order to comply with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Now, not anymore. Disparate impact theory is also unconstitutional, so we'll get into that as well. He said the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was enacted to ban racial discrimination in voting, but rather than enforce that discrimination ban, the Supreme Court back then greenlit the left's twisting of the VRA into a mandate to create every possible racially gerrymandered majority-minority district. In other words, it was enacted to prevent the discrimination. But they said if you didn't do this, if you didn't create these special districts, then that in and of itself was discrimination. So you had to create these special districts or else you were being racially discriminatory, even though you weren't doing anything that was racially discriminatory other than just drawing districts. They said you were disenfranchising people, and so you had to create these special districts using race as a measure. And of course, anytime you use race in America, it is subject to strict scrutiny in most cases, and for good reason, because we don't want to carve people up by race. That's racist. So he says the engine behind that was Gingell's, a Gingell's case from 1986. And they took that case and perverted it and used it to argue that if a majority-minority district could be drawn and voting patterns were racially polarized,
Office is updating and then I'm
Section
done.
2 required the state to redraw it. So if some districts had more white people or black people did not have their own district, that was racism in action. So the result was racial map making by lawsuit. Then people would sue. They'd say you have to bundle up all these people into one group and give them a district. So now we've got Louisiana versus Calais. Louisiana was pressured to draw a second majority black district. So someone sued, they drew maps, someone sued, said this is a racist map. This is disenfranchising black people who need an additional district. So then they gave them a second district and used race specifically in order to draw that second district. Then other people sued and said, what's going on here? Seems like you're using race in order to carve up these districts. Now today, SCOTUS held that the district unconstitutional, the new one, because race drove the map. Section 2 does not require that you use race in drawing the maps. He said each district drawn using race is now constitutionally exposed. In other words, it could be unconstitutional. So if you carve these racial districts into the maps, that was using race, that would be illegal. If race drove the lines, then strict scrutiny applies. And if you've been around here for a while, we talk about this a lot as we cover a lot of constitutional law, but we've got these different levels of scrutiny. When you have the government passing laws that infringes on rights, we ask ourselves, well, what right is being infringed? And or what classification or what is the law doing? And if you have certain laws that impact things like race or national origin, then what you have is strict scrutiny. But for other laws, you might have rational basis laws, which means as long as the government is not infringing on some constitutional provision, as long as they have some rational basis for passing that law, they can do it because it's not targeting something like race, for example. If it does target race, we leave reasonable basis, we go up to strict scrutiny. And if Section 2 did not actually require the racial district, then the district cannot survive. So this is a massive equal protection reset. We'll look at the decision. He says now this law can be used to challenge these districts. For decades, activists would come in, they would sue under Section 2, they would force these districts into existence, but now litigants can argue the opposite, that the Voting Rights Act did not require racial sorting. They used it to impose these districts by saying, the disparate impact theory also took a major hit today. 15th Amendment targets intentional racial discrimination in voting. It does not authorize courts to treat every racial disparity as a command to go in and fix the racism, in other words. So what is this? Have a district that is born like this, then you are a racist in violation of the Voting Rights Act. Now it could look like this because those forced districts are no longer Republicans go up plus 12, and that's why they're so upset about it. So he continues, he says, and let's not forget about what the Democrats have already done here. Compare that to New England, where it's a bunch of Democrats up there, which has successfully denied any Republican representation across its many districts over the past several Congresses. This is what it looks like just up north, in case you're unfamiliar. Many of these states have 30 to 40 to 45% Republicans. How many seats in Congress do those Republicans get in terms of representation? Zero. Not any. Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Maine, all blue, even though there's not only blue people there, there's a bunch of reds, in some places 40%, but zero representation in Congress. So he says the path forward is very clear. Now it's time to challenge racist districts. Force the plaintiffs to prove that race, not politics, were involved in the maps, and reject this map making, saying the VRA protects voters from discrimination. It does not carve America into racial spoils for Democrat advantage. So a nice summary there. Let's take a look at the actual decision delivered by Justice Alito for the court. And he walks us through a lot of details, so we'll fast forward through some of the stuff that is unnecessary, but he gives us a background. He says Section 2, which is the subject of this decision, was passed in 1965, and it was designed to enforce the Constitution. We had the 15th Amendment he'll get into. This was to supplement that and to enforce it, but not to undermine it and not to collide with it. But unfortunately, lower courts have sometimes applied this court's precedents in a way that forces states to engage in the very race-based discrimination that the Constitution forbids, carving up the country based on racial lines. So this tension between the Voting Rights Act under Section 2 and the Constitution came to a head. What happened here is Louisiana, we've got a bunch of maps we'll look at, redrew its congressional districts after the 2020 census. We got new numbers, people moving between different states, they have to redistrict. In 2022 then, a federal judge in the Middle District of Louisiana said that the new map that was adopted by the state after the census likely violated Section 2, the Voting Rights Act, because it did not include an additional majority black district. So they said this current map isn't sufficient, and it's actually racist because it's discriminatory because it's not giving another majority black district. When the state drew a new map that did create that district, its new map was also challenged as a racial gerrymander. Okay, so then new map comes down, black people sue, they say, hey, you're depriving us of a district. They draw a new map. The new district is literally based on race because the judge said so. said you have to go give black people another district. So then the district is created, clearly based on race. Then other people who are non-African Americans, and I'm using these words because they're part of the case, they sued non-African Americans and said, you literally created a racist district. Then a 3-court judge in the Western District of Louisiana held that the new map did actually violate the Equal Protection Clause, and the state appealed to this court. So the new black majority district violated equal protection because it's treating one group of people.
I remember hearing the arguments in the Louisiana Supreme Court before it came to SCOTUS. Glad they got this taken care of before the election, before midterms.
And they argued this suit last term, and their arguments
next Monday and Tuesday, I'll be pretty much unavailable. I'll be working the election. I got another new site they're sending me to.
Cases, unlike other cases involving claims of racial discrimination, strict scrutiny, which is the standard that we normally apply when we're talking about race, and it's a very high standard. Like, the government can only do racial discrimination if a couple, in very limited instances. Otherwise, it's illegal. It's unconstitutional. And they said, well, for voting, it's a little bit different. It's only triggered if race predominated in the state's decision-making process. Now, in this lawsuit, Louisiana adopted the challenged map and created a second majority black district because it reasonably said if it didn't, then the Middle District of Louisiana, the court would order the use of a map that would shake everything up, and it would oust incumbents, and it would undermine what the legislature actually wanted. So they said, okay, we don't want the judge to redraw the maps, so we'll draw and add in a second black majority district. Under our existing case law, then, that situation posed the question whether race or politics was the state's predominant motivation. And in the redistricting and gerrymandering case, politics is perfectly allowed. You can use politics to carve everything up. We saw that happening in Virginia. It's happening all over the country right now. Now, another problem stemmed from this. The long unresolved question about whether compliance with the Voting Rights Act provides a compelling reason that may justify the intentional use of race in drawing legislative districts. For over 30 years, we assumed, Alito writes, for the sake of argument, that the answer to that is yes. And we have gone further and assumed that it is enough if a state has a strong basis in evidence for thinking that the Voting Rights Act requires race-based conduct. Okay, so in other words, if you don't draw a majority minority district, that could be racism. But allowing race to play any part in governmental decision-making represents a departure from the constitutional rule that applies in almost every other context. We don't have racist laws in America. In this case, they said, well, we kind of do, and we kind of will allow it. So these and other problems, writes Alito, convinced us that the time had come to resolve whether compliance with the Voting Rights Act can indeed provide a compelling reason for race-based districting. And we now answer that question. Compliance with Section 2 in italics, as properly construed, can provide such a reason, as properly construed, not in the original interpretation as it was for the last 30 years. They were misconstruing it, so they're not overruling Section 2 outright. They're just saying, you guys misinterpreted it this entire time, so let me explain how it actually works. So correctly understood, voting rights does not impose liability at odds with the Constitution, and it should not have imposed liability on Louisiana for its 2022 map, for not being, I would say, racially inclusive enough and adding in the black majority additional district. Compliance with Section 2, thus, could not justify the state's use of race-based redistricting here. So saying you have to draw another race-based map or else you're in violation of Section 2. The state's attempt to satisfy the ruling, although understandable, by adding in a new district, was unconstitutional. It was a racial gerrymander, and so therefore we affirmed the decision, and you can't do that. He gives us a bunch of background here, and we'll fast forward through some of this.
They're not even disenfranchised.
The 15th Amendment after the
Their
Civil
vote
War
still
was
counts.
ratified in 1870. It said that right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged on account of race or any other previous slavery or color. For many years, there was a bunch of suppression. We had literacy tests and poll taxes and property qualifications and all of these things, even all the way going up into the 1960s. And states employed redistricting schemes that would prevent black candidates and others from getting to vote. Now, Section 2 also authorized Congress to pass legislation to enforce the 15th Amendment. They did that. They passed the Voting Rights Act. It's gone through a bunch of different adjustments and improvements and deletions and other things. We had a case in the 1980s called Mobile versus Bolden. The court interpreted the language and gave us a bunch of different standards and a bunch of different rulings. Congress had concerns about some of these. We have this concept called proportionality. Congress was a little nervous that the idea would be we would have to invoke racial proportionality in elections. So in other words, we would cover and cut people into groups. So we'd say, okay, here's one state, 100% of the people, we have 60% whites, we have 20% blacks, we have 5% Asians, 10% Hispanics, whatever. And then you'd have to figure out how to carve out the maps in order to give everybody their appropriate share of representation, right? Every race would have a proportional seat in Congress. They were concerned about that. So the final bill in this debate back in the 1980s said that
I understand what you
we have
meant.
a disclaimer against proportionality. Okay, we're not doing that in this country. We're not saying, okay, you have this many
Setting up a
blacks,
laptop
this
while
many
I'm sitting here.
Hispanics or Latinos or whatever, you get a certain number of seats. So that made its way in, and there were provisions that say you have to look at the totality of the circumstances. And it comes down to this, really. Whether your members have certain opportunities to participate and to vote in the election. Goes through additional case law, fast forwarding through White. He's walking us through the background. We're obviously going to get to the decision. Then we had an amended version of Section 2 in this Gingles case in 1986. Gingles was about a challenge in North Carolina, and Justice Brennan, he didn't really even analyze the statute. He went right back into, says Alito, in his analysis, and he went to the Senate Judiciary Committee report and then based the rest of his analysis on the Judiciary Committee report. He gives us what the Gingles court taught us. He said, well, if you want to have a violation of Section 2, he articulated these 4 standards. And in later cases, we had redistricting plans that states created were also challenged as racial gerrymanders. So we fast forward through a lot of the history. This court approached those cases building on the framework for other discrimination cases. In those cases, if you had race that played a role in a decision made by the government, period, okay, strict scrutiny applied. The government had to meet an extremely high standard to justify that racial discrimination, to treat black people differently from white people, differently from Asian people, differently. Get it? Under this standard, the strict scrutiny standard, the government needed to assert
Get logged in, we'll be done.
that justified its use of race. Got to be extremely compelling. Not like, well, we're trying to make it more convenient. It's not really compelling. It's got to be critical. And if the analysis progressed beyond this point, the government then also had to show that its use of race was narrowly tailored to achieve and to vindicate that interest. It's the highest standard that we have. So the court modified, though, the framework for racial gerrymandering. Strict scrutiny applies in all other instances where the government is carving people up by race, but not for this one. The court modified this framework for racial gerrymandering. Now, although any use of race in government decision-making generally triggers strict scrutiny, in gerrymandering, these cases, a challenger must show that race was the government's predominant consideration. And in cases where race did predominate, states would sometimes assert that compliance with the Voting Rights Act provided a compelling interest that justified the use of the race, saying, we know that we're carving this up by race, but we're just following the law. The Voting Rights Act says we have to. And if we don't carve out these specific districts, then we are being racist and discriminatory. Yet we never decided, writes Alito, whether compliance with the act would constitute a compelling interest. Instead, we repeatedly assumed, this court over the last however many years, without deciding that the Voting Rights Act could be a compelling interest, because in all those cases, the act actually did not demand the state's race-predominant districting. Thus, the states in those cases could not satisfy strict scrutiny, regardless of whether compliance with the Voting Rights Act could provide a compelling interest. He goes through some other cases here. Talks about Miller versus Johnson in 1995 and gives us some background on that. Same analysis in Shaw versus Hunt. Similar analysis in Alabama legislature. He said, we applied strict scrutiny to a race-predominant district.
I'm not working. I haven't been working there since about a year now.
They said, one,
this last April.
First, in 2015,
yeah, they laid me off after 12 years.
One vote ideal, and we want to ensure compliance.
I was making too much money.
We held. Even if the Voting Rights Act could
I've got 7 different locations I do IT work for, and they're adding a new one in Fort Wayne.
Because it was not required by the act.
It's all right.
And we left open a bunch of questions. Same thing
because I'm not managing their offices anymore. They've had to shut down 2 of them. Yeah, it is shit.
On the Supreme Court's desk.
You don't treat people like that.
How to interpret it now. Now, as noted earlier, the underlying litigation.
They even got people in reviews saying, where the hell's Doc at?
We had the 2020 census. The subsequent reapportionment of House seats among the states left Louisiana with the same number of seats. They still had 6 that had previously been allocated, but the population moved around, and so they needed to recalibrate the districts. Here's a map from 2013 to 2022. We got District 1, 2, 3 over here, 4 up here, 5,
still
and 6 right here in the middle.
You don't treat people like that.
In
I never would.
2022, Louisiana enacted a new map called HB 1 that closely.
They did that, and then they advertised my job right afterwards for
now, like its
half of what I was making.
It had only 1 district in which black voters were a majority of the voting population.
They just felt they were paying me too much.
The above maps, it is the bat-shaped District 2 that includes much of New Orleans.
And it's come back to bite them. Their reputation in town has gotten much worse, and I haven't been disparaging them, other than when people ask.
Saying, as soon as
no, I don't go out of my way to tell people not to use them or anything like that.
They said, you guys are packing all these black voters into a single majority black district, and you're cracking the remaining voters among the other 5 districts. After the lawsuit was filed, the lower court issued a lengthy opinion saying, yep, you are failing to include a second majority black district, and that, of course, is racist, and that's in violation of the law. The court then entered a preliminary injunction, went back, required Louisiana to draw a new map. Back then, the election was just 6 months away. So Louisiana said, we don't want you to force us to draw a new map. They appealed. Now, because of outside circumstances, the appeal ended up in limbo. The court granted cert a while ago. A bunch of cases were kind of stacked into one.
Go ahead and
nearly a year later, after deciding, the court dismissed this and remanded. By that time, the 2022 election had already passed. And the urgency that had justified the preliminary injunction was no longer present. In a tentatively worded opinion, they issued another one. They said the injunction is no longer needed. They remanded it back down.
One more update on it.
Louisiana, now there's no urgency, but you still have to go draw a new map. If Louisiana failed to do so, then they would draw the map in the court. After the remand, Louisiana did not have many options. The district court held that the plaintiffs, the people saying we need another black district, were going to win. And their argument was that the Voting Rights Act required a new district. So if Louisiana didn't do it, the district court would draw one and then force them to use it. Wishing to avoid that, then Louisiana drew its own map. After a process, Louisiana enacted this new map called SB 8, seen here on your screen. So same number of seats, but stuff just moved around a little bit. And you can see this district kind of got a lot bigger, and it's kind of encompassing this whole area, District 6, into parts of New Orleans. And we still have mostly the bat shape here. And we've got District 1, which kind of curly cues around the bat. This retains the original majority-minority district in yellow in number 2. It then adds an additional majority-minority district, number 6, in green, this one that we just drew right here. So that's both of these, number 2 right here and number 6 are going to be majority-minority, mostly black. To attain this, it connects black populations from Baton Rouge up to Lafayette with other people in Shreveport, and this is the new map they drew. Here are a couple of plans they put together. You can see multiple permutations in order to achieve this outcome.
I gotta put a sticker on this one too.
A second majority-minority district.
Property sticker on it.
Various different maps. Okay, various different.
Oh yeah, they are.
Ways in order to accomplish this.
And I'm trying to get an SBA loan right now for a business I'm trying to buy.
And
of course, I'm getting run through the ringer with questions and
that are being connected.
Stuff like that.
And this was a concern because they did not want to gerrymander out Mike Johnson. He's the House Speaker, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. the Appropriations Committee member, Julia Letlow. They wanted to make sure that those districts could stay intact, and so they had a bunch of different options. So then, after SB 8 was enacted, another lawsuit is filed. So another judge, so first judge says,
I'll be right back.
another majority black district. Then that goes into effect. Then other people who are not majority black sued. They said, this is racism. This time in the Western District of Louisiana. A group of plaintiffs called the Calais plaintiffs asserted that SB 8 was literally a racial gerrymander, and that violates Equal Protection Clause because you're carving out one group an additional seat based on race, literally. The judge ordered it. They intervened, the Robinson defendants, seeking to defend the decision to draw the new map. Because the Calais plaintiffs challenged the constitutionality of this, we held a panel, district court, 3 judges convened to hear the suit. The court held a 3-day preliminary injunction hearing. It was consolidated. So they observed, they said, well, this second majority minority district stretches 250 miles. It slices through metro areas to scoop up pockets of black people. The court concluded that the map effectuated and affected a racial gerrymander. That violates the Equal Protection Clause because you're trying, as you can see, to just specifically, go find them, essentially. You want to go find them and put them into a district based on their skin color. And they did that, exactly. So the Court of Appeal says, that's pretty much racism. After an initial round of briefing, this went up to the Supreme Court. We ordered supplemental briefing. We asked the question whether the state's intentional creation of a second majority minority district violates the Constitution. And because the state's intentional creation of a second majority minority district prompted by an order, our question implicated the correct. We know the answer is normally no. In like 99.9% of the time, you can't use race to effectuate governmental policy. This question was pending in several lower court cases, so we decided to hear the case. Alito continues. In considering, in Section 3, whether the Constitution permits the intentional use of race to comply with the Voting Rights Act, we start with the general rule that the Constitution almost never permits the federal government or a state to discriminate on the basis of race, period. Such discrimination triggers strict scrutiny, and our precedents have identified only 2 compelling interests or reasons that can satisfy that standard. One compelling interest, which is not relevant here, is in prison. Okay, you can segregate people by race in prison when there's a race riot. There is a compelling interest to make sure that the Aryans don't kill the blacks and the blacks don't kill the Latinos and the Asians don't kill, and the only way to solve that is to separate them. That's it. So we can separate people based on race. We have a compelling interest to do it. There's no other alternative, so we'll allow it in that one. The only other compelling interest that we have found is remediating specific identified instances of past discrimination that violated the Constitution or the statute. And again, that's not really here. Now, to rise to the level of a compelling state interest, an effort to remediate past discrimination, you have to have 2 conditions, he explained. So the first one, this is not prison. Let's talk about the second one. First, the discrimination must be identified discrimination. In other words, the state or federal government must identify the specific instances of past discrimination that it wants to fix. In light of that specification, then, they must determine the precise scope of the injury that it seeks to remedy. The states and federal government have no compelling interest in generally remediating past discrimination, generally speaking, or the effects of societal discrimination. It's got to be specific. And what is the scope? Second, after identifying the specific instance of discrimination, the institution that makes the racial distinction must have a strong basis in evidence to conclude that remedial action is necessary. He cites a bunch of other cases for us. Our acceptance of race-based state action has been rare for a reason. We don't do this. Distinctions between citizens solely because of their ancestry are, by their very nature, odious to a free people whose institutions are founded upon the doctrine of equality. And in redistricting, where the state assumes from a group of voters' race that it's racist, that they all think alike, share the same political interests, will prefer the same candidates at the polls, it is literal racial stereotyping to say, well, all the black people will all play along together and all vote the same. So put them all together at odds with equal protection. So the question before us now is whether compliance.
Let's do this.
All right. That we can justify to use racial discrimination, like in a prison. To answer that question, we must understand exactly what the Voting Rights Act demands with respect to the drawing of these districts. And so therefore, we read the text. He gives us the paragraphs of the text. No voting qualification shall be imposed in a manner that results in the denial or abridgment of the right of any citizen to vote based on race or color. A violation here is based on the totality of the circumstances and certain participation and more. So this is not the easiest language to parse, he says, and we're going to break it down in steps. We'll just follow along. Beginning with subsection A, we take as given that a legislative map may constitute a standard practice or procedure. So that's true. If that were not so, there would be no basis for any of our vote dilution cases, and we've had many of those. And in this complicated verbal formation, the key concept for present purposes is whether there is less opportunity than other members of the electorate to elect representatives of their choice. Less opportunity. This language, writes Alito, sets a baseline against which to assess the opportunity of minority voters. Do they have an opportunity to vote that other members of the electorate have to elect their preferred candidates? To understand this baseline, we have to understand what less opportunity means. What does it mean to elect? What do other members of the electorate mean? In isolation, opportunity could refer to either a desired outcome or a chance to achieve that outcome. However, opportunity must mean a chance to achieve the desired result, because the Voting Rights Act does not guarantee equal outcomes. And so less opportunity must mean lesser chance. And so less opportunity often takes on that meaning. One might say, for example,
get the flock out.
Men under 6 feet tall have less opportunity to play in the NBA. I know, I wanted to do that. Than those who stand.
Yes, they're both doing pretty well. She's kind of between positions now herself, but she's taking a little bit of time. So I've been working so much. She's fine. She deserves it. And we're right now we're able to afford for her to do it. So.
Then that brings us to the term elect. As used in this term must be to cast a ballot. So putting all this together, he says, the baseline is the chance enjoyed by non-minority voters to secure the election of their preferred candidates. And so what then is the chance that any given non-minority voter or group of non-minority voters has to secure the election of a preferred candidate? To answer this question depends on the voting preferences of other voters in the district. For example, in a district where most voters prefer Democrats, a Republican voter in that district will have a low chance of securing the election of his preferred candidate, because we all know, oh, it's a blue state, I live in a blue state, my vote means nothing. But that chance would be substantially higher if the district were filled with voters who prefer Republican candidates. The roster of voters who end up in a given district depends in turn on the districting criteria used by the state in drawing the map. If a map is produced by computer, as is now the case today, we may think of all the parameters in the algorithm. One necessary parameter would be the number of districts required by law, and many other things. It may go on to lay out and assign priorities where permissible. You may want to minimize changes. You may want to avoid districts with discontiguous territory, avoid splitting them up. A bunch of reasons and ways that we carve the maps up. But in any event, the opportunity...
Yeah, it was a bit hard on her. She's going more into an administrative position, the next one. So, she likes being a boss, so it's perfect for her.
And under Section 2, a minority voter is entitled to nothing less and nothing more. It's the same as every other colored person. Not only is this the best reading of the law, it also ensures that the Voting Rights Act does not exceed the authority under the 15th Amendment. They have the power to enforce this by appropriate legislation, and that means effectuate it as appropriate. Our 14th and 15th Amendment jurisprudence delineates what constitutes appropriate legislation in the sense here. In legislation enforcing these amendments, we have to have congruence and proportionality between the injury and the remedy. The court has long held the 15th Amendment bars only state action that is motivated by discriminatory purpose. So a law that seeks to enforce the 15th Amendment by prohibiting mere disparate impact, so think of it differently between purpose. If you draw the maps because you want them to be racially carved up, That's different than neutrally drawing the maps that have a disparate impact. And a disparate impact would fail to enforce a right that the amendment secures. That is never appropriate because Congress cannot enforce a constitutional right by changing what the right is. And so for this reason, enforcement and focus of Section 2 must be focused on intentional racial discrimination. When Section 2 is properly interpreted, outlaw against racial discrimination. While that interpretation does not demand a finding of intentional discrimination, it does impose liability only when the circumstances give rise to a strong inference that intentional discrimination occurred. So, for example, suppose that the application of a districting algorithm yields numerous maps with districts in which members of minority groups constitute a majority, and suppose the state cannot provide a legitimate reason for rejecting all of those maps and eliminating all majority-minority districts. In that situation, the inference of racial motivation is strong, and the 15th Amendment permits the imposition of liability without demanding that you try to determine the specific intent of perhaps the hired map maker and whether that map maker was motivated by race. So it's not clear intentionality like some, Democrat named Robert Byrd, former KKK, whatever, he comes out and says something specific, that's intentionality. You can say, all right, they had a map, they carved it up this way, they
living in
reversed
that
it all, so maybe there's an inference of racism there. That is still actionable. Only when understood this way does Section 2 of the Voting Rights properly fit within the 15th Amendment. And if you interpret it differently, if you outlaw a map solely because it fails to provide a sufficient number of majority-minority districts, that would create a right that the amendment does not protect. And such an interpretation would run headlong into the Act's express disclaimer against racial proportionality. So every race gets a specific number of seats. So properly understood, this does not intrude on the state's prerogative to draw districts based on non-racial factors. The Constitution imposes some important restrictions on the state's exercise of this power, but they're otherwise free to draw districts as they please. We've long held they may use traditional factors like compactness, contiguity, maintaining the integrity of political subdivisions, preserving existing districts, and more. Nothing in the Constitution requires the states to do that, but they can, even though some of those might not be desirable. But because they are not forbidden by the draw them accordingly. The same is true with respect to partisan advantage. You can draw politically partisan maps. That's allowed. But partisan gerrymandering claims are not justiciable in federal court. That's a political issue. Go deal with it in your legislature. Federal judges have no license to reallocate power with no plausible grant of authority to do so. So in considering these, courts must treat partisan advantage like any other race-neutral claim, a constitutionally criterion that states may rely on if desired. So for this reason, as we have repeatedly made clear, when a state defends a districting scheme on the ground that it was drawn for partisan purposes, plaintiffs have a special burden to overcome.
That's a fast signal, isn't it?
To prevail, they must disentangle race from politics by proving that the former drove the lines. That means, among other things, ruling out competing explanations and other political considerations. If either politics or race could explain it, the plaintiff has not cleared that bar. Now, they may carry this burden by offering an alternative map that achieves all of the other objectives, including partisan advantage and other things, and present that. But today, Section 2 litigants almost always have the wherewithal to proffer that map if there is one to be found. We've got computer technology, there's many alternative maps and more. But in short, Section 2, says Alito, imposes liability only when the evidence supports a strong inference that the state intentionally drew its district to afford minority voters less opportunity because of their race. Not only does this interpretation follow the plain text, but it's also consistent with the 15th Amendment. Now, we also can still comply with Ingalls. We're not overturning that case, but things have changed. He says vast social change has occurred throughout the country and specifically in the South. Things have changed dramatically. At the time of the Act's passage in the 1960s, the nation had faced nearly a century of entrenched racial discrimination. But the Voting Rights Act led to great strides. Voting tests were abolished, disparities in voter registrations and turnout were all erased. Black voters now participate at similar rates as the rest of the electorate, and even turning out higher in some white voters in 5 of the most recent presidential elections nationwide and Louisiana, 2 of the 5. Second, a full-blown two-party system has also emerged. Gingles arose in the context of a one-party system. We don't have that now. And continuing on through the Gingles analysis, he says, in that decision, in the prior decision, we also held that claims of partisan gerrymandering are not justiciable. Okay, so we don't even hear those.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, it is. On both sides, you know, people will jump all over the place, and then you have companies that, you know, keep the payroll down. They just intermittently fire and then hire someone else into the same position at less money. So it happens both ways. Working in staffing, you definitely detect that.
More than a remote bearing on what the 15th Amendment prohibits, and that is present-day intentional racial discrimination about voting. He said discrimination that occurred some time ago, as well as present-day disparities that are characterized as ongoing effects of discrimination, are entitled to much less weight, and you can't use that as a justification for being racist. Nothing in Allen dictates a different result, and he continues on.
That makes sense. Hey, Death Star Bros, thanks for the follow.
Did not reach 2 pivotal issues that we now squarely address. We left open some other issues, and now we modify the interpretation of Section 2. After all of that, we still require affirmance. Louisiana's enactment of SB 8 triggered strict scrutiny because the state's goal was racial. The state never even hit the ball. It configured District 6 to achieve a black voting age population over 50% because it knew that if it didn't, the court would find the map unlawful.
I get it.
And then require and draw their own map, which would have imperiled
probably salary too. So that's one thing too, is they make people salary so they can
compliance with the court's demands constituted an express acknowledgement. They said we have to draw it. They said race played a role in our new map. Louisiana, therefore, had to satisfy the extraordinarily onerous standard of proving that its use of race was narrowly tailored to further a compelling interest. But that doesn't meet the standard. No compelling interest justifies a racist map. Section 2 does not provide a compelling interest because the state did not need to create a new majority.
If you were making a comparable
that is because in every step of the analysis, the plaintiffs
hourly rate, they wouldn't want you putting in that many hours.
Because they did not provide an illustrative map.
Then you go into overtime.
Of the state's non-racial goals. The most obvious deficit in their maps was the failure to meet the political goals, including incumbency protection. The plaintiff's preferred map would have replaced Representative Letlow in the majority Democrat district and ensured her exit from Congress. So they had a political reason for the new map that the plaintiffs could not overcome. Now, even if they had met their burden, they still would have
wonder what's going on the turnpike. It doesn't want me getting on the turnpike.
Based on the totality of the circumstances. The Robinson court went through 9 Senate report
taking the back road.
The evidence cited even showed a plausible likelihood of intentional discrimination by the state. Much of the cited evidence, like the low number of black Louisianans who have been elected to Congress in recent decades, failed to disentangle race from politics. Their justifications for everything that they did. So they then relied on the history and saying that there used to be racism, and so now we have to fix all of that. In sum, the Voting Rights Act did not require them to create an additional black-only majority-minority district. No compelling interest justified the use of this racial consideration in the new map. That map is unconstitutional, and its use would violate the plaintiff's constitutional rights. He then goes in and obliterates Kagan and the dissenters. Said I already addressed them. First, though, Kagan, she states over and over again that our decision requires that they prove discriminatory intent. What must be shown is exactly what the amendment called for. A plaintiff in a vote dilution case must show that the districting scheme denies members of the group the same opportunities as other voters. When that is shown, the circumstances are comparable to those in another case that we've already cited, the decision from which the new language added to Congress was even drawn. That is, the circumstances must give rise to a strong inference, so it's not intentionality, it's a strong inference. Now, second, contrary to Kagan, we have not overruled Allen. As is our general practice, the Allen court adjudicated that case based on the parties' arguments. The state couldn't defend its map. Here, the state is forthright from the beginning. The aim was to protect Republican House members. One may lament partisan gerrymandering, but that's not a justification for forcing a new map. And in a racial gerrymandering case like this one, race and politics must be separated and disentangled. That is true regardless of where the case is brought, whether it's brought under the 14th Amendment or anything else. And third, this is smoking Kagan. While Kagan wraps herself in the mantle of stare decisis, which means following prior precedent, saying we don't want to overrule ourselves, we want continuity in our case law, the dissent, Kagan, is unabashedly at war with key precedents. And he cites those. He says, respect for precedent cannot be a one-way street where you only respect the precedent that you like. He says, I'm not overturning anything here. So the judgment of the district court is affirmed. These cases are remanded for proceedings consistent with this opinion. No more racist maps. This is America. It is so ordered by Judge Alito. And a very short concurring opinion, joined by Judge Thomas, a black man, with whom Justice Gorsuch, a white man, joins. It's like that meme from The Predator with Arnold and the other dude. I joined the court's opinion in full. This court should never have interpreted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act to effectively give racial groups, quote, an entitlement to roughly proportional representation. So, Thomas would even go further. By doing so, the court led legislatures and courts to systematically divide the country into electoral districts along racial lines. He says blacks were drawn into black districts and given black representatives. Hispanics were drawn into Hispanic districts and given Hispanic representatives, and so on. That interpretation rendered Section 2 repugnant to any nation that strives for the ideal of a colorblind constitution. Today's decision should largely put an end to this disastrous venture in voting rights jurisprudence. And as I explained, says Thomas, more than 30 years ago, I would go further, and I would hold that Section 2 does not regulate districting at all. The relevant text prohibits states from imposing or applying a vote qualification, prerequisite, or standard in a manner that results in a denial or an abridgment of the right to vote based on race. How states draw district lines does not fall within any of those three categories. So I just read the law. The words in Section 2 reach only enactments that regulate citizens' access to the ballot or the processes for counting a ballot. They do not include the state's choice of one districting scheme over another. And so therefore, no Section 2 challenge to districting should ever succeed. That's from a black guy. So I don't know what Kagan's going to say about that. Probably he's not, a good representative of his ethnicity. But Kagan, we already went through her argument. She writes a big, long, whining screed. Alito already said that, she's misinterpreting his analysis, and she's going to go off into, a whiny rant that only Kagan can do. So, huge victory, ultimately. And it's a big one because Barack Obama came out today, and he said this. Today's Supreme Court decision effectively guts a key pillar of the Voting Rights Act, freeing state legislatures to gerrymander districts to systematically dilute and weaken the voting power of racial minorities, so long as they do so under the guise of partisanship rather than racism. But we can overcome all this. That will only happen if you cherish our democratic ideals, which means Democrat tyranny, in the upcoming midterms and whatever. So that's Obama. Tom Cotton responded. He said, Obama has supported and campaigned. He literally was making videos for Virginia's redistricting for every outrageous Democratic gerrymander, including in Illinois. Have you seen those maps, by the way? Illinois maps are crazy. But now he puts out a sanctimonious statement when the Supreme Court rightfully blocks racial discrimination in redistricting. What a fraud. Thank you, Tom Cotton. He's absolutely right. And Hakeem was out And they went, and I think they went through Congress, and they just got like every black person that they could find. They're like, "Oh, you're black. Hey, come out here. Hey, you're black. Hey, come out here. Hey, come out here. This is racism against us." They just brought them all out here. And then they did a little press briefing, and he said something like, "This isn't even the Roberts Court. This is the Trump Court." And what we would expect from the Trump Court is an effort to continue their scheme to suppress the vote and rig the midterm elections and beyond. It's a racist map. They're saying that all black people are the same, and they're putting them into certain categories. We don't think that's true. Apparently he does, and so does Barack Obama. But Clarence Thomas doesn't agree with you, Hakeem, and so what do you think about that? So Ron DeSantis also came out. He said, the SCOTUS ruling also invalidates the below provisions of the Florida Constitution, requiring the use of race in redistricting. It was in their constitution. He quoted it. He said, districts shall not be drawn with the intent or result of denying or abridging the equal opportunity of racial or language minorities to participate in the political process or to diminish their ability to elect representatives of their choice. So they actually included that in the consideration. And Ron DeSantis is in the middle of a redistricting fight, presumably coming soon, making its way through the Florida legislature. Harmeet Dillon said, extremely gratified to see, and she's not a white man, to see this decision we've been waiting for. I was proud to co-author the brief for the United States as amicus in this important case, perhaps one of the most important developments in decades in Voting Rights Act jurisprudence. That's from Harmeet. We had the Governor Landry from Louisiana. He said, the Supreme Court has affirmed what we have said for years. Drawing districts for political reasons is the state's prerogative, not a federal civil rights violation. Federal judges cannot force a state to engage in race-based redistricting, and plaintiffs can no longer repackage partisan disagreements as Voting Rights Act cases in order to force districts to draw racialized districts. Now, we also saw that today there was a separate set of Supreme Court oral arguments, and Alito was out. Eric Dougherty clipped this one for us. He captured this exchange in a battle over race, really. Supreme Court oral arguments, we had an attorney for Haitian nationals, this guy right here, looks like the appropriate attorney for them. He was getting into it with Alito about the various different racial groups and how you would harmonize and dictate who's white and who's this and who's that. And how do you carve everybody up? It's very complicated, which is why we don't do that in America. Here's this attorney versus Judge Alito. This precisely for the purpose of sussing out whether impermissible racial considerations were were impermissibly in the mix.
Isn't it the case that TPS was terminated for quite a list?
I got you, brother. I get it.
I can't seem to find a particular page of the transcript where the district court goes through them all. And yes, none of those is a Nordic country. And I don't like dividing up the people of the world arbitrarily into three racial groups. But you say they're all non-white, and that's the distinguishing characteristic.
That is the distinguishing characteristic that the district court held. But I would emphasize, Justice Alito, that
if you think that if you put Syrians, Turks, Greeks, and other people who live around the Mediterranean in a lineup, you think you could say those people are all of them, are they all non-white?
I understand that Syrians, I think, may be classified as white for purposes of the State Department, or for under certain governments.
I got you, brother.
Programs. But again, I think race is. I think you'd have to poll the public to know what they think the race of the Syrian is. I certainly think they're not white.
And poll the American people.
Well,
do they think Syrians are white?
I wouldn't think that most would, Justice Alito.
Really?
I really don't.
How about Turks?
I honestly haven't considered what racial component I would sort Turks in.
How about Greeks?
I don't know the answer to that either.
How about Southern Italians?
Well, certainly 120 years ago, when we had our last wave of European immigration, Southern Italians were not considered white. So I think our concept of these things evolved.
But now they are. How about Spaniards?
I think same answer. About 120 years ago, I don't think they were considered white.
A really large
a really broad definition of who's white and who's not white. As I said, I don't like dividing the people of the world into these groups. I understand. I would say that even under this court's rationality jurisprudence, if you look at cases like Moreno, it is not necessary for us to get strict scrutiny to win here, because irrespective of how you do the classification at issue here, under those courts, under those decisions, under those precedents, bare dislike of an unpopular group is a sufficient basis to find that rational basis is not even satisfied. Yeah, so very complicated, carving people up into different racial groups, and not a real good answer. It's kind of, you're white if we don't like you, and if we want us to, give you unlimited TPS into the United States, then we'll call you something different. Obviously, we don't want more of that in America, in spite of the Democrats' best efforts to make it all about that, because they have to carve people up into various constituencies and conglomerates.
There's the flock camera.
To cobble all of the constituencies together to win elections, which is why they just keep pumping it all the time on without any end in sight. Now, in Georgia, a state that is going to be impacted by this brand new Supreme Court 6-3 decision, Greg Dolezal, who's in the Congress right now in their legislature, he said, it's time to call a special session in Georgia. Now is not the time for Republicans to be weak-kneed. It's time to be bold. Call for special sessions, redraw the unconstitutional congressional maps in the South, and stop the racial discrimination and the racial gerrymandering that has been in place for 30 years. Here's Greg Dolezal. All right, y'all, the Supreme Court just told us what we all already know to be true. Racially gerrymandered maps are unconstitutional. So it's time for Georgia and other southern states to remove these maps that we drew that were unconstitutional. We look in the Northeast and we see what Democrats have done. Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. They've completely removed every single Republican congressional seat. The last thing that Republicans need to do is be weak-kneed in this moment. This is a time to be bold. This is a time to be aggressive. And in Georgia, that means calling a special session and redrawing our maps. Let's go. And he's running for lieutenant governor. So if you're out there in Georgia, Greg might be your guy. Now, Trump was asked about this, very short clip today. He was hanging out with the NASA crew, and they asked him specifically, hey, what do you think about this new decision? And he wasn't too up to speed on it, but here's what he had to say.
When did it come out? Just now? No, it came out this morning, but basically very much narrows the Voting Rights Act. Would you consider a win for it? I love it. But my
nice.
This is a very good. We can end this conversation. I want to read it. My question for you, Mr. President.
I love it. We love it too, Mr. President. We don't want racism in America. And that is, of course, what the original 15th Amendment, what the Voting Rights Act was for. The Democrats for years have been able to invert it, essentially, to say that if you don't give us this, then you're a racist. And you have to give us equal outcome rather than equal opportunity. Not anymore. Justice Alito giving us the right decision in a very brilliantly, methodically crafted decision. 6-3, no more racial gerrymandering in America. So we're going to see what the reaction is to this, how the states now interpret this and enforce it, and maybe adjust the maps to get rid of this vestige of discrimination that should no longer be in our politics. We'll keep our eye on all of these developments and more. Thank you for subscribing and joining as we do. All right, now we're not done yet. We got two great segments that are coming up, starting with this new detention order, which is a big one. New evidence in the Trump attacker case. We're now seeing the DOJ file a motion to detain Cole Thomas Allen, the guy who went into the White House Correspondents' Dinner and tried to race through Secret Service agents and attack and maybe even kill President Trump, according to his manifesto. In the District of Columbia, we see the DOJ submitted this filing today. They say the United States and the D.C. U.S. Attorney are now submitting this memo in support of their oral motion to detain Cole Thomas Allen pending trial. And we've got new evidence in this one because they even share with us photographs of the weapons and this selfie that the guy took right before he went on his suicidal spree. Here's what they explain. They say the defendant attempted to kill the president, Donald J. Trump. The crimes with which he is charged are among the most serious in our law, and the evidence of his guilt is overwhelming. He faces a possible sentence of life in prison and a mandatory minimum sentences of 10 years if he's convicted, and that's going to be consecutive to any other sentences if they're imposed. This was a premeditated, violent, and calculated effort to cause death. So considering all of these factors, there is no condition, there's no combination of conditions that will reasonably assure the safety of other people or the community if he is released from custody. We cannot allow that to happen, and he should be detained pending trial. Background on the matter, as we know. Shortly after 8:30 p.m. on April 25th, Secret Service personnel engaged and stopped Cole Allen. He was armed with a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, a .38 caliber pistol, multiple knives and daggers, and a significant amount of ammunition for reloading. As he sprinted toward the doors of the Washington Hilton Ballroom hosting attendees at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, including the president and many of his top administration officials. He was arrested on scene, and on April 27th, he was charged with violating multiple U.S. code, attempting to assassinate the president, and transportation of a firearm and discharging of a firearm during a crime of violence. He made his initial appearance the same day, and he was held pending a detention hearing scheduled for April 30th coming up. Now, the White House Dinner is an annual event, dates back more than a century, typically held at the Washington Hilton Hotel. On many occasions, the president has attended. And this year, it took place on April 25th. Trump, Melania, JD, and approximately 12 members of the cabinet, which is a big number, all were there. The dinner's main program commenced at 8 p.m., and shortly thereafter, the president and other high-ranking officials took their seats on a raised dais inside the ballroom. The event was broadcast on national TV. Shortly after 8:30, Cole Allen approached the Secret Service security screening checkpoint near the terrace level of the hotel. Entrances to the ballroom were located on the concourse level, a floor below the screening checkpoint, down to 2 open flights of stairs. Before he approached the checkpoint, he discarded a long black coat that concealed the 12-gauge pump-action shotgun. He then sprinted through one of the magnetometers at the checkpoint and ran in the direction of the stairs leading to the ballroom where Trump and his family and his cabinet were all located. As he did this, he held the shotgun in both hands in a raised position.
What happened?
The defendant fell to the ground, was restrained by law enforcement, and was placed under arrest. He suffered a minor injury to his knee, but he was not shot. At the time of his arrest, he was in possession of a Mossberg 12-gauge pump-action shotgun with 1 spent cartridge in the barrel and 8 unfired cartridges in the magazine tube. In addition, 6 unfired cartridges were attached with Velcro to the shotgun in a detachable ammo carrier, and he possessed another 10 unfired
That
cartridges.
poor weapon will never be fired again.
He was also in possession of a Rock Island Armory 1911 38 caliber pistol with 10 rounds of ammo. He also had 2 additional handgun magazines, each containing 9 rounds of ammo. California and federal database records confirmed that he legally purchased the 2 weapons from separate dealers in California, buying the shotgun August 17, 25, the pistol October 6, 23. At the time of his arrest, he also had on his person 2 knives, 4 daggers, multiple sheaths, multiple holsters, needle nose pliers, wire cutters, and a Samsung cell phone. Now, after the attack, law enforcement executed a search
he's an
warrant
Android
on his
guy
hotel
like
room.
me.
They recovered, among other evidence, 2 additional knives, a magazine, 10 rounds ammo, 2 boxes, each containing 10 rounds of shotgun ammo, a half face piece respirator, a roll of duct tape, 2 rolls of grip tape. In addition,
Yeah, I think he, by his manifesto, I think he didn't think he was going to survive.
He lived with his parents. Law enforcement recovered 2 long gun bags, a Mossberg buttstock, a pistol holster, and a training pistol. The photographs below show some of the weapons and the accessories that he possessed when he was arrested. There's the shotgun, there's the 1911. He also had several electronic devices. Here are all the daggers. What does he think he's going to do with all these daggers? Do you need all of those? 6 of them? So he's got 6 of them, it looks like, in this photo. Multiple variations of this one. Is he throwing these? Then he's got wire cutters and needle nose pliers along with the holster. Now, at some point before the attack, this guy wrote emails explaining the actions he was about to take, and he scheduled those emails to be sent to specific people at 8:30, just minutes before he, laden with weapons, sprinted through the screening checkpoint towards the dinner. The email recipients and members of his family, friends, and former employer. The email to family members stated, "I wish I could have said anything earlier, but doing so would have made none of this possible. My sincerest apologies for all the trouble I've caused. Scheduled send, signed Cole." The email to the former employer also stated, among other things, "I'll include the full text as an attachment, but I do specifically want to apologize for the unprofessionality of this. Consider me to be submitting my resignation."
I guess fortunate for him. He gets to spend the rest of his life in a cell now.
Titled "Apology." These apologies. I can't allow a PDF file, an R, and a traitor. We all got that. He goes through his targets, as we've seen. This is his manifesto. He wanted everybody, but not Kash Patel, which is always kind of a weird little anomaly there. And he's going to be using buckshot rather than slugs, so he doesn't kill people. So his apology letter also included a list of hypothetical objections to his plan to kill the president and other senior officials. One of his hypotheticals was, you didn't get them all. He said, well, you got to start somewhere. Ruled by the law, not by anyone or several people. Insofar as representatives and judges do not follow the law, no one is required to yield them any
ton of family.
weapons. Not a single person considered him to be a threat. He went on to complain, "If I was an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen, I could have brought a damn Madus," which is a nickname for an M250 caliber Browning heavy machine gun. He signed his letter, Cold Force Friendly Federal Assassin Allen, and at the end of the letter described how he felt awful about what he was about to do and that he experienced rage thinking about everything this administration has done. Then he said, "Can't really recommend it. Stay in school, kids." I'm an insane person. Now,
I said I think he's probably going to get a ton of fan mail. He'll have some love letters from some crazy lefties.
March 2nd, Trump publicly announced that he would go to the dinner. He posted on his Truth Social saying, "They've asked me to come, and I'm happy to do it to be the honoree." He also added that it would be his honor to accept the invitation. That March 2nd post was publicized across multiple media outlets. A little over a month phone to search White House Correspondents' Dinner 2026. Used an online search engine and visited the web page for the event. Less than 2 hours later, at 3:28, I received a confirmation email for a 2-night stay at the Hilton.
It's pretty.
So says, "Oh, Trump's going. When is it?"
The manifesto and everything else pretty much makes it
on April 16th, he
cut
used
and
his
dry,
cell phone to access a series of online media articles discussing the dinner, including its host, the event schedule, and the expected attendees. At some point on April 21, he purchased a one-way Amtrak train ticket from LA, California to DC via Chicago. On April 21, he used a rideshare app to travel from his home to LA to Union Station, the mountains and deserts of the American West, before traversing the Great Plains. While en route, on April 22nd, he used his cell phone to view a news article titled "Trump's Plans for Mic Drop Media Confrontation Are Leaked." The president is planning a rage-fueled moment at the dinner. He arrived in Chicago the afternoon of April 23rd. A few hours later, he boarded a second train to D.C., this time passing through the Great Lakes and the Appalachia regions. While en route from Chicago to D.C., he again got on his cell phone, went to a DC.
I don't know if that's me or if it's him. I know he's in a hotel streaming, so probably him.
Guide to the 2026 correspondent dinner weekend. He also kept a running note on his phone of his observations and thought during his cross-country train journey. He wrote, "The Southwest desert in the spring, distant wind turbines looming like snowy mountains across the hazy New Mexico deserts." Okay, this should be beautiful poetry. Chicago is cool. kind of like an Iowa small town was scaled to LA size. And that Pennsylvania's woods are awesome. Looks like vast fairylands filled with tiny trickling creeks in spring, apparently. He then arrived in D.C. 1:10 p.m. on Friday, April 24th. Approximately 30 minutes later, he purchased a Metro smart card with a 3-day bus rail pass, traveled by Metro train to Union Station to DuPont Circle, and checked into the Hilton. The next day, April 25th, the night of the dinner. On that day, he left his
No, they're
room
not.
multiple times during one occasion.
They're just giving them everything they want and then throwing a electronic device in their hands to babysit them with.
Got on his cell phone and looked at the presidential schedule on civictracker.us. Then at 8:03, while back inside the hotel room, he used his
If
cell
I had
phone to take a
school-age kids
photograph
right now,
of
I
himself in the mirror.
truly believe I'd be homeschooling.
The defendant was wearing a black dress shirt, black slacks, and what appears to be a red necktie, which is kind of Trump's signature, tucked into his pants. And an enhanced version of the image below to the right shows that he appeared to be wearing a small leather bag consistent in appearance with the ammo-filled bag that was later recovered from his person. There was also a shoulder holster, a sheath knife, consistent with the appearance with one of the knives that was recovered from his person. Pliers and wire cutters consistent in appearance with those later recovered. All seen here. Ammo bag, holster, sheath knife, gun up here, taking a selfie of himself. And there's a lot of memes going around with this one right here, like in the TV shows, like Record Scratch.
Well,
You might be
I
wondering
do.
how I got here before I went on a suicide mission. The story is something you're never going to believe. One of those. So about 10 minutes later at 8:13.
But I was always very interested in what the teachers were talking about.
The hotel room. At 8:27, just minutes before the attack, he used his cell phone.
I think I've only had one objection to what one of my youngest son's teachers was saying. So
he visited another website to view live media coverage of the president exiting the vehicle to go into the building. Less than 1 minute later, he searched Trump White House Correspondents' Dinner on a web search engine. He then sent pre-scheduled emails with the apology and explanation sent him from the Hilton with a raised shotgun. So now the government says, we got to detain this dude. He's charged with attempted assassination. He's charged with pre-trial detention under 18 U.S. Code, and he's charged with attempted assassination in violation of another code. This is a crime of violence and an enumerated federal crime of terrorism. He's also charged with discharging a firearm during this and is charged with transporting firearms across state lines. Upon a finding of probable cause, the federal statutes create a presumption that no conditions will reasonably assure
yeah, I've got Wi-Fi in my car, so it's his stream cutting in and out. Yeah, they're talking about it in chat. Oh no, I get it. That's that's why I chose the name I did. Besides, it has Doc in it. But no, that's it. Talking about how there's so much indoctrination in our society these days. That's the point of the name.
the federal statutes create a presumption that no conditions will reasonably assure.
Cut out. Keep stopping at the same spot, which is okay. I'm only 8 minutes away. He's still got another segment to go
all
through.
of this for the purpose of engaging in an act of political violence. And all of this weighs in favor dramatically of pretrial detention. Now, his choice of targets demonstrates the deeply dangerous nature of his conduct. Attempted murder is always a serious crime, but when the intended victim is the president, the consequences are far-reaching. Had he successfully entered the ballroom, he not only could have killed or injured dozens, and he could have destabilized the entire federal government, given the number of high-ranking officials that were there. He sought to express his political opinions through violence. The court should consider the identities of the victims and the role they play in this attack. Now, his crimes were also premeditated and calculated to achieve his objectives. Leading up to the night of April 25th, he was premeditating and planning armament across the country. And then his internet history also shows how premeditated this was. He was using open source media to track the president and was waiting for them to arrive. He was stopped only because of the brave actions of law enforcement officials, and he was willing to harm everybody, even though he wrote differently in his rules of engagement. In his own words, he viewed anyone there as being a legitimate target because they came to hear Trump. This is a callous disregard for human life and a willingness to harm others, even though they were not his political targets at the time. So at the root, these were acts of extreme political violence. While the investigation is still in its nascent stage, the evidence collected thus far shows that he sought to kill the president because he disagreed with him politically and wanted to fight back. He found policies morally objectionable. The nature of his crimes further counsels in favor of detention because his motivation for committing these crimes continues.
Oh, yeah, it is way overrated.
And the others appear publicly, he's going to continue to want to do this. Now, in his own words, he believes that reps and judges don't follow the law, and thus he does not believe he's bound to follow the law either. This type of justification for political violence is especially dangerous because it is without bounds. In his view, he is the ultimate arbiter.
Right.
To accomplish his goals,
so they can finish the indoctrination.
Good fortune that no one was seriously injured or killed. But that doesn't diminish the seriousness of his crimes. If he's convicted, he faces life imprisonment and a mandatory minimum of 10 years. And so the weight of the evidence against him is strong. Overwhelming evidence saying he's going to very likely be convicted. And although apparently he has no prior contact with the criminal justice system, his personal history and circumstances demonstrate that conditions less restrictive will not assure the community's safety. He's highly educated, and until shortly before the events of April 25th,
oh, same thing. I was taking AP classes and never even really did anything with it. I mean, I got the college credits and stuff, but all that did was make me lazy for my freshman year.
So he's demonstrated not only a capacity to accumulate significant amounts of lethal weaponry, but also a willingness to deceive those closest to him in order to achieve his goals. And
yeah, I have cousins that work at HVAC, and one's an electrician. Dude,
and so he is a danger.
They're going to retire at 60.
Across the country, wanted to kill the nation's most senior leaders. He intended to kill, fired his shotgun while trying to.
No worries, Zexy. Schmedder's been keeping me company. I figured you dozed off or something. I'm almost too
and the community
Costco.
is subjected to the prospective articulable threat that he would.
Oh, I don't think I will either. I don't think I can financially unless I get these SBA loans and get some of these small businesses going.
Will reject this court's legitimacy.
The good thing is I do mostly hardware networking, the hardware part of networking and stuff. So
Charles Jones and
AI,
Jocelyn Ballantine.
It's gonna be hard for AI to put the shit together that I put together.
Ryan Cole, similar name there, and so DOJ I think obviously has a very good argument for this. I have my doubts that the judge will let him out at all, but we'll see what his defense team says. And the judge just today has now permitted legal visits as to him. So he's going to be meeting with his attorneys. They'll, of course, file their response, and we'll see what the judge does on this one. But I think much like the other pipe bomber, alleged pipe bomber, they're not going to let him out. Judge is currently Matthew Sharbaugh. And so we'll see.
Hopefully it doesn't take them too long to discover you're not there.
Have a detention hearing at some point, and the judge will decide whether to release him or not. And so we're going to keep our eyes on this one. Thank you for subscribing and joining as we do. All right, my friends, we got one final update on the day, and then we'll see what you have to say.
I'm going to go ahead and raid him.
Surrenders under
the guy we're listening
charges, turns himself over to the court, and we're waiting to see exactly what comes next in this case after he's been indicted for his 8647 Seashell by the Seashore saga. CNN always gets these leaks. I think they've got a bunch of sources inside the FBI, and probably James Comey's lawyers are feeding them info. But they reported that today he did appear in a different court, not the court where he was charged, but he did self-surrender, is what this sounds like. So no 4 a.m. raids with dozens of FBI agents kicking the doors in like they did for Roger Stone or for many of the other J6ers. Turned himself in before
is that
a federal court
in
the Eastern District before his first appearance in the Eastern District of Virginia. Comey is charged with making threats against the president for photographing the seashells, or
it'll just jump. You'll see something pop up that says to join, and you'll jump right over to his stream. Give me a second to set it up.
So is he having to post a bond? No. Is he on?
He's streaming on Rumble right now.
Check in with somebody? No. Does he have to give up his weapons?
So let me get him pulled up.
I don't see why they'd be necessary at this time, said Judge William Fitzpatrick, noting that there were no conditions set when the Justice Department first attempted to bring a case against Comey last year. Yeah, but the charges are different this time there, Judge. That set of charges was about lying to Congress. This is about threats to kill the president. Comey's latest indictment came Tuesday, came from acting AG Todd Blanche. The new case is a reinvigorated case, and Comey's whining about it. Now charged with making a threat. The charges were brought in Eastern District of North Carolina, but his first appearance was in Alexandria, Virginia, because that's closer to his home. So also very convenient for him. They didn't arrest him and haul him in to North Carolina. They just said, "Come turn yourself in."
Just tell him I sent you.
We'll give you a nice little red carpet for
I'll be
on Tuesday.
Watching the stream while I'm shopping. So
side entrance used by defendants. He wore a dark suit and did not speak during the hearing. He was not asked to enter a plea. His
counting down now.
We're going to be filing motions saying that he's being selectively and vindictively prosecuted. No date has been set for the arraignment in North Carolina. And the case was brought by W. Ellis Boyle. We heard from him on yesterday's show, who will be overseeing this case when it moves back over to